Welcome everyone! I am EUFM and this is the first streaming of Single Player Podcast, a program with different sections in which we will talk about topics related to video games and probably more. And yes, I said we will talk because I have the pleasure of being with one of my best friends here throughout the show. But before introducing him, I want you to know that in case you prefer to only listen to the podcast, it's available on Spotify and maybe iVoox. I'm not sure yet, but I would agree to be on iVoox too. We're also on Instagram, making cool carousels, and of course our magazine, Single Player Log, which is available for free for you to read it. This streaming will be uploaded to our YouTube channel, Single Player Podcast ENG of English. I will upload the sections individually during the next weeks, so subscribe if you want to know all the news. The music used in this show can be heard on YouTube and Spotify. And finally, if you like what we do and want to be part of it, you can support us on Patreon. So you'll find all the links in the description box. I hope you enjoy this program. And let's start. As I said in the beginning, I'm really lucky. Wait a second. That I have. It is compulsory that he's here with us. Chiki. Chiki here. Chiki Waraba here. Don't say anything. As I said in the beginning, I am really lucky to have here the man. But what a man. Nothing I can say about him would do him justice. On my right, in the screen, here. My Asturian lover, the one who conquered my heart with his cachopos, his ciders, and his board games. The game master of my heart, warrior of two-handed weapon in Dragon Age, Casares, also known as Dougan the Mighty. How are you today, my friend?
Greetings, mortals. I'm fine. Thank you. How are you?
Fine too. I must be honest. I'm a bit nervous. English is not our mother tongue.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But I hope we will do a great job about it.
We'll do what we can. To be honest, there is no bar here, so let's do what we can. Yeah.
Exactly. And
let's have fun. In any case.
Yeah, and this is also the reason why we want to do it, because we want to use the English. We think that English is a really cool language, and we want to use it. And also we want to talk in English in order to reach more people. So I believe this is a good way of doing it, and also you will listen to our beautiful Spanish pronunciation mixing with the English. Although we will do our best to have a really good English pronunciation. But I don't know if you agree with me, Casares, but I believe that a really good way to start this project and to make the listeners get to know us would be to answer some questions about us, but related to video games. So, do you want me to start?
Go for it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
First of all, I believe this wouldn't be the most important one, but I think it's a good way to start. What is the last game you played that you liked?
The last game that I played that I liked. Okay. So the last, I would say, because I'm starting it, I'm still playing through it, would be Greedfall, which is, by the way, one of the games that probably in the future I would like to talk about. And that's it's an RPG kind of based in the 1700s in kind of French culture, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very interesting because apart from the cultural, the typical things from that era, we also have some monsters. We have the use of magic, so it's kind of a mix of styles. But it's an RPG. Kind of party based, so you have like several characters, but you only play with one, and you would give them tactics and all that. And well, it's I think it's a very interesting one.
And how I was wondering how the combat is. How do you? Do you fight or do you dialogue? What do you do in the game?
Well, you do die, okay, if you mess up, which I have already in the first big encounter of the game. I did mess up, but yeah. So the gameplay is third person RPG, action RPG.
Mhm.
um, like in some other games, like for example the Dragon Age series, you can kind of stop the game to either use an item or tell a partner to do something different or go somewhere or attack a mob. But then the action the game itself is an action RPG with some turn-based elements, but very little.
An open world, meaning like there. I guess there is a story that you can follow, but can you roam through the world?
I okay, so I've played 3 hours and a half, more or less, which is kind of like a masked tutorial. So you start in a small city, in a small town, I guess. Yeah. Obviously not that many people. And well, they give you some errands to do. Talk to this guy because we need this solved, and talk to the guy and help your mom with whatever. And then basically after that, you are supposed to take a ship to an island. Well, you arrive to the city of the island, but it's true that afterwards, it's I feel like and probably it's going to be an open world setting in which you can roam around the island, fighting monsters and doing side quests and main quests and all that.
Cool. I must say I also have that game in mind. Um, and I also heard good critics about the game. I think there are also some imperfections, I believe, but since I haven't played it, I don't know.
Hmm.
But yes, that's a game that I would like to listen to your review when you do it in the future.
Mm.
In my
Yeah.
case, I really haven't had enough time to play as much as I would like to. But for sure, the last game that I played that I liked, it is one that I'm going to show and that I'm going to talk about in this podcast. That is Unravel. Unravel is
Hmm.
one of the great games I played this 2022. It is a game that I already played with you, the second one in the co-op mode,
Hmm.
and I believe it is really good. Although I think both games are different, Unravel one from Unravel two, and I believe you would agree with me.
Yeah, I feel like the first one is more of a single player, very intimate kind of experience, and the physics are very, from my point of view, on point. But it's true that the second one, I think the approach of Electronic Arts was to make a sequel, which probably wasn't even thought by the studio, this idea. And well, the studio went on with it and made a co-op game. But right, so yeah, basically the mechanics are kind of lighter. The weight of the different characters are lighter. um, all the things that you do in the world that feel, I mean, I don't want to say lighter again, but it's kind of that kind of feeling. You when you bungee jump, for example, um, the weight of the characters is not quite right there. You kind of fly off the screen, and that's kind of weird. And I feel like it's more of a have fun enjoying this co-op game instead of go through this wholesome experience, which is the first
Yes, yes, I agree. Totally agree. If I had to summarize it, I would say that the first one is more about the lovely experience, I would say,
one.
or
Mm,
the meaningful story, or the meaningful
mm,
experience, rather.
mm,
And the second one would be more like have fun with your friend or
yeah.
with your partner, no? Isn't it?
Exactly.
I guess that you have a question for me.
I mean, I have many. The thing is, I like to start slow with the question. So even though this might feel like a really strong question, I want you to think that the following questions are going to be quite harder. Okay, so just take it easy, take a breath, think about it, and yeah. Okay. So what games are your favorite from each console generation? Obviously, from those you have managed to play to use.
I would say, I mean, the generations that I think, that I would say that I was into was because yes, of course, when I started it, I mean, I had the influence of my brother. He played video games before me. He's older than me, so I don't remember being at home and not having a console with us and not playing video games. In my childhood, it's been always something that it's been there, so it's part of it. And I remember playing the Sega Master System. I think the Sega Master System, no, the Sega Mega Drive had another name. Maybe it was the Genesis, I believe.
Yeah,
It was the
I
Genesis.
think in the US it was called Genesis.
Yeah. Um, it would be interesting to know why they changed your name, because if not something, I mean, Genesis, I believe it's a cooler name than the Mega Drive. Although for me, Mega Drive is like the game, it's the console, since it's the name I know it. And then my brother had the Nintendo 64, that is also a really good game console, but I didn't really pay a lot. I mean, I was watching him playing, but it wasn't like my console. I didn't play that much. And then, of course, because in the beginning we had more like Nintendo consoles. Um, and in the beginning, and then my first console was the Nintendo GameCube. And I remember that I had many video games, but if I had to choose one, because now that I'm thinking of it, I think that is a really good question. My favorite game of that generation is definitely Time Splitters 2. I loved.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
love even now when I see it. I mean, I know that it got old. I mean, now you can see that some parts maybe are a bit, from like the old systems, no, like what the old had before. But
Mm.
there, I would love to have like a remake or like a continuation or something, because I really like the shooter, because I love shooter games, the shooting system, and also the graphics, how
Mm.
also the story, the irony in it. I loved it,
Mm.
and also the other one, the Time Splitters 3, Future
Yeah.
Perfect. It was called.
Mm.
Both games,
Mm.
I loved it, and I don't know if you know this, but there is like a project on the internet, or a fan project. But there are many people. I mean, there is like a Discord server that like with people that is developing the people that are developing this new online game, based on Time
Mm.
Splitters, that I believe it's called Time Splitters Rewind. If you look it up,
Rewind. Okay.
Rewind, exactly. Um,
Yeah.
but it
I've never heard of it, but yeah, it sounds good.
but it would be only online. It would be only to
Mm.
play, with your friends and to kill
Mm.
each other. That I must say, the multiplayer was really good, and I remember playing with you.
Yeah,
in,
it's a very fast-paced shooter. Really fun. Different characters with different a wide variety of skills and endurance and speed and all that. So it made that depending on the character that you chose, it was definitely a very different kind of gameplay. So yeah, obviously that was great. And I mean, it's kind of a shame if they do the rewind part, as you said, that it doesn't have the history mode. But at the same time, I think that the story mode was not great. I mean, it was good, it was fun, but it was kind of short. And in the end, the thing that I think it was more entertaining for everyone was the multiplayer. So
multiplayer
well,
and the gameplay. I
yeah, no, obviously the gameplay, yeah.
I still remember that the shotgun, that was a cheated gun. I mean, it killed everybody.
Yeah, the double cannon shotgun, you had to reload very quickly, but it's true that if you went close quarters to with anyone, it was like, yeah, one shot, boom, that's
And
it, let's
also,
go.
that now it came out to my mind, the speed. I mean, I remember that the movement of the character, they really moved really fast
Mm.
and really smoothly. It was, I remember that liking it a lot. And also, because I don't want to deepen this question, during the PS3, Xbox 360, and Wii generation, I wasn't that much into it. Life circumstances, I guess. But then when I started again, it was with the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch generation. I mean, not the new one, but the previous one. And my favorite game of that generation would be, I guess, Last of Us, but only because it was the first game that I played from that generation. From that generation, and also because uh, I could see what what a game can impact can have this impact in the story and in the feelings in the player. I think
Mm.
I mean, there are like some video games that I have good memories with it, so that's why I feel some kind of feelings when I play them. But this game, it was like I really sympathized with the character there,
Mm.
and I feared I had some fear in some situations. I was nervous. I was happy. I felt many things while playing it. So I would say The Last of Us, definitely.
Okay.
What about
Okay.
you?
So I've been thinking, since we're already 30 minutes plus into the streaming, and I still have many questions, and probably you have many questions. I'm just going to mention a couple of them, and let's move on to the next question because it's going to get pretty long, I
Yeah.
think, if we go on like this. So I'm just going to say from the NES, the Galaxy 5000, kind of a race game with ships, was very fun. From the SNES, well, I only could emulate it years later. I didn't have it. I would say maybe Chrono Trigger, second and Setsu 3, which was called in the US, I believe, Secret of Mana 2. Well, to be honest, many of the RPGs of that generation was pretty amazing. From the Mega Drive, the Golden Axe 2, I believe it was. I believe it was the second one. PS1, well, Metal Gear, and then the second, and more Metal Gear, and then more Metal Gear, and more Metal Gear.
But
So
you
yeah,
you would say that Metal Gear would be your best game from the
from the
PS1
PS1,
generation?
I mean, from mm,
Because
I mean, I
I
would say,
I
to be honest, I would say just from my own taste, I would say my favorite one is Final Fantasy VII. But if we're talking about what it brought to the table, what it was able to do, a new genre that it was able to create, because after that it came other like well, it was there was already the siphon filter around that area, but afterwards it was the what's it
the
called?
Splinter Cell?
Splinter Cell. That's the one. Yeah. So you kind of create a new kind of genre, which obviously it's great, but also the storytelling was very good. The ending had several endings. So it had quite a long run if you wanted to play it several times. Um, and well, yeah, in general, it gave one of the best sagas I've played. So I would have to be between those two. Okay, if I want to be fair with myself, and I'm not going to go after the PS1 because we can go here for a very long time. Okay, so you go again
Yes.
and hit me.
Don't worry about the time because I will tell you. Right now we are like 22 minutes, so it's good.
Hmm. Hmm.
Next question. I mean, obviously, I don't know about you, but my questions are. I will try. I will try to relate them, but they are not. Maybe I will. I'm going to jump into another section, and then it was going to be like, okay. But
Hmm.
the next question would be, um, why you love video games?
Oh wow,
Why do you love
Jesus
video
Christ!
games?
And I thought my questions were hard. Wow. Okay. Why do I love video games? Right.
Or okay, let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
The first time that you remember saying, "Wow, I love video games." No, sorry, not the first time, but or yes, the first time or the moment you realize that you really like video games. Why? Why? What was the reason behind it?
Uh, wow. Okay. I'm going to try and say whatever I feel about it. I don't have a particular reason for it. I do have like side reasons, as if they were side quests, about why I like them. So, um, one of the first pictures that I remember seeing around the house of myself, I've been obviously very little. I must have been like 2 years old, I guess. I was already like stood up in a chair with a mouse in my hand and trying to use the keyboard, right? So my father had a Mac, so he he liked video games, obviously not as much as the later generations, my brother and I, but he kind of liked them. Especially card games and all that. But anyway, the thing is, I started playing video games from a very early age, and so it's been kind of part of my process. What I like about them is that you don't need anyone to have a lot of fun. You can just turn on the TV, turn on the computer, in this case the console, because I said TV, and you can just get into a world with different rules that you would have to learn and then explore this kind of world. For me, that was fun on itself. It's true that, for example, when I was little, I was kind of an introvert, especially at an early age. After my teen years, that went out of the window. Thank God. But I was kind of an introvert back then. Sometimes I still feel like an introvert. Um, and so,
I
well,
am definitely an introvert.
yeah, I know, I know.
I am
We've talked
totally.
about this. Many times. Um, what do I like about them? Yeah, I think first of all, they are fun. You can have fun by yourself whenever you pretty much want. And the good thing about the way I experienced the games is that at the beginning it was all about the gameplay, right? Being a fun game, it has to be fun, which it is still one of the main points, right? Main selling points of the game. But over time, I got to realize that there was more depth to that. For example, with the Metal Gear series or the Final Fantasy or whatever, it wasn't just shooting a duck, and then a dog would pick the duck and bring it to you, or just jumping through whatever, or killing cowboys. It had a story, it had some more layers on it. So I think that's one of the great reasons to play a video game, and obviously it made me closer. It made me feel a closer relation with my brother. But that's, I think that's also a side part of it. What about you?
Me, I mean, it's interesting because you said that, so you remember when you were little, when you were a little small Gandalf,
Dugan. Yeah.
yeah, a small Dougan. I mean,
Yeah.
like there in your cave, I guess, because
Mhm. Yeah.
you said your father had a Macintosh in the cave. I understand.
Yeah, exactly,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah.
Um,
I was creating electricity by riding on a bike,
so
and
I
then
mean,
we'll
yes,
have electricity for a couple of hours.
obviously,
Yeah.
and also
Yeah.
your father, Santa Claus, right? Then.
Exactly. Exactly.
um, well, the thing is that you said you remember when you were little. I mean, I remember when I was little, but I think that when I was little, I didn't see the potential in it. I mean, it was like something. It's like it was like I had the TV and I had the console. I mean, it was like both things. Like I don't imagine a life without playing video games. It's like it
Mm,
must be part of it,
mm,
and but I believe that the first reasons why I think that video games were really cool, and then in TV shows and movies, I understand that it's more or less the same in the cinema section and TV show section, would be like the how like the universe that you can create inside a video game, once you take it seriously, of course, because sometimes in video games the story and the universe in the beginning it wasn't that much important, or maybe it was something more limited to the developers, like the
mm.
story or the lore that
Yeah.
they had to be was something for them, like you can, I mean, like there was some details that you can find, but it was like secrets, like it was everything hidden in some parts of the game. So when I was small, I didn't see. I mean, I was really happy when, for example, I still remember when I played The Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker. I think, I mean, many people I remember that disliked the game because of the graphics that it had. But you know, I was little. I didn't. I wasn't into that discussion. So the first time I played it, I remember that everybody was like very, really really excited about it, and I loved it. And I when since I was little, I got hooked into video games, but I didn't know why. But then it's what I mentioned before. I believe that in these new generations, I understood why, and I believe it is for me. This is my opinion. Video games and the way they influence people are more important than, I would say, in movies or films or TV shows. Why? Because in movies and TV shows, you are passive. You don't. I mean,
Yeah,
and for me, the
yeah,
best example is the horror movies. You always, think like, why does he or she have to go to that way, or why does he have to go to that house? Why don't just be there, stay there, and don't go in there? But with a game, it's you who goes in there.
mhm,
So I still remember. I don't remember what I'm not right now. I think it was like a Resident Evil game. I believe I don't remember which one was, but it was like I had to get into the house, and it was like, nope,
nope. I'm not going
no,
there.
no, no, no. But obviously, that is the game. If you
Yeah.
don't continue, if you don't progress, if you don't go into that house, you don't see the story.
Mhm,
And that is what the game explains you. I mean, things happen when you do things.
mhm,
If you don't do anything, there won't be any consequences, and as a consequence, there won't be a story to tell.
mhm,
But when, for example, you will remember The Evil Within. I'm thinking the first scenes when you have like that psycho really close to you, and you have to move in order to escape. But it's like, oh shit, he's going to see me, and it's like, and you get paralyzed, because if you were going to watch a movie, you don't do anything. But since you are the one who can make mistakes and you can get killed, it's like,
and you will, and you
and
will.
you will, and you must, because that's also a really great feeling and learning that you get from video games.
Mhm,
You
mhm,
have to make mistakes in order to learn,
mhm,
and that is, I don't remember any game that I didn't die. Sorry, that I haven't died. I always
mhm,
die all the time, and when the moment you lose the fear of dying, the sooner you learn.
yeah, yeah. I'm guessing you're referring to horror games because if you die in a football game, you are really screwed. I mean,
Yeah.
you should sue someone because of that. That can give you nightmares. No, but it's true that, for example, in films, in movies, um, I, except for very specific exceptions, I don't feel any fear when I watch a movie. I'm just watching it, and I can even laugh about it. But it's true that if you put on me some virtual reality glasses on a terror horror video game, I'm going to be scared shitless. I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't want to go there. I just want to get this done, take out the glasses, and just go cry in a corner. So, in that sense, obviously, the games give you such a different experience from just passive kind of entertainment, such as a movie.
And also, I mean, I just mentioned the horror genre,
Yeah.
but for example, we will talk about it, but Unravel, it portrays love and it
Hmm.
portrays feelings. The same with Last of Us, the same with,
Hmm.
Fabio mentioned it the other day, Ghost of Tsushima.
Hmm.
I believe that I mean, I wouldn't go to the degree, to the extent to say that is more powerful than music, because oof, man, music is a really really powerful tool. But video games, I believe they are able to make you feel more harder and more strongly than I believe than films.
No, but I mean, part music is part of a video game. If you were to play a video game and it was completely silent all the time, and you just heard sounds, I mean, yeah, some of them could give you a decent experience, but most of them wouldn't. You really need a soundtrack to really put you in a context and how the character might feel or give you scare jumps, right?
Hmm.
So obviously, I'm not going to say that a video game is as strong as music. I just think that they they are like a partner in crime. They need each other on, at least when you're creating a video game, you need music.
Hmm.
So well, I mean, I don't even want to compare them because I think they are kind of
Yeah, sure.
different
I mean, sure,
products. And
absolutely.
mhm, mhm.
That's well, no, I'm sorry, and that's the last thing I'm going to say. That's why it's a pity when you see that a movie wants to be a game and vice versa.
Yeah. Mhm,
That's the pity.
mhm.
Your question, and let's make it the last one before the first section.
Okay, so yeah, just a few questions. I mean, one last question before the last question because I'm not sure about the development of the podcast. Is this going to be the last part, the last question section?
The last question, no, it would be me because I want to introduce the topic.
No, but I
But
mean, yeah, no, but I mean
no, no,
after
no, not no,
the,
no. We can keep making questions. I mean, even I
okay,
would say that it would be cooler if you do this. If we do it. So we
okay,
will continue to make questions during the podcast. But
okay.
let's make this
No,
yours the last
absolutely,
one in this.
absolutely. Okay, um, okay. Let's make a neutral one, okay? Because I have some of them that might actually fit better on different parts of the podcast. So it's an easy one, I think, short one, which is there any genre that you are just not suited to play? You cannot just play because you are bad or you don't like it.
Can you answer the question? Um,
And myself,
yeah.
okay, yeah, sure. Um, point and click graphic adventures. For example, the even though I kind of like the setting and the thought of, for example, games such as Monkey Island or Broken Sword or Siberia. I like them like conceptually, but once I get to play them, I get really annoyed by the game because, well, I don't know. Maybe in the future I will try one of them that I feel like it's very, that I like them. But personally, it feels very frustrating when you cannot go farther from one point because there is a, I don't know, there is a leaf in a tree that you didn't click, and so you don't have the leaf that will be that you will be able to trade for whatever from another character, and then it won't lead you to the key that allows you to go farther. And so many of these games also like they are not very uh, logical, okay, on how you find things or how you do things. For example, I remember one game, obviously this is a game from like 25 or 30 years ago, in which basically you went into an apartment and you had a bag with you, a sport bag. And so well, one of the first things obviously that you did was to open the bag and then take out the items, right? And then well, you took out the items, and then if you try to open the bag again, he will tell you there is nothing relevant here, and you were like, okay. And then like 20 minutes later there was something that you were missing that you didn't have. You needed duct tape, for example, and you start looking around all around. And then like my girlfriend had played the game and she said, why don't you look again in the sports bag? And then you open the sports bag. Oh, I have duct tape. Haha, maybe I can now move forward. And you're like, are you fucking shitting me, you
That
fucking asshole?
that's a trolling game.
No, but I mean, it's one of the things that happen with these point and click adventures, which is they don't give you relevant information until the character feels it's relevant. So it's like, yeah, there is a fucking killer in the corner, but I don't think that's relevant for now. And you're like, fuck off. I mean, I want to know that information. I want to kill him right now because I have a stick in my hands. Then later, you don't have a stick in your hands. Oh, wow, there's a killer in the corner. Oh shit, I have to run. No, you could have killed him like 20 minutes ago when you could, but you didn't because you're a fucking twat. And then I have to now look for other things. Um, and so these kind of games, as you can see, they really frustrate me and they really annoy me. and there are really a few of them that I have been able either finish them or at least enjoy them. One of them being the Monkey Island series, but still there are some points in which they are for me very frustrating.
I
What
understand that.
about you?
I understand that Monkey Island is the most famous one in in the genre, and also the first one. No, it wouldn't be the first one. Sorry,
No,
of
no,
course,
no,
but
no, no,
the
no,
more
not at all.
how am I gonna say the the one game that is still exists today.
Yeah, and actually, that there is one coming. The author is he launched a kind of a trailer or a teaser the other day, and there were so many people saying, "I don't like the art style. I hate you," and it's like, come on, guys, chill. I mean, it's the first Monkey Island game in like 10 years or more. Why don't you let him at least show you what he says? It's very stupid. It's very representative, if that's the word that you're looking for, representative of the genre.
Me, in my case, I would say that I am not good at competitive games because I'm not a competitive person. So the thing is,
Mhm.
I can find the joy in playing FIFA, in playing a sports game, for example, or um, in MOBAs or like Fortnite. This is these kind of games that are really popular now, than they are like online. But the thing is that I don't find joy in being better than the other ones. So I
Mhm.
just have fun. I mean, I would play because I like the game, but not because I don't feel that pressure. But the thing is, that pressure, I mean, that I guess because I assure you, I never felt good when I won anytime.
Mhm.
It's like I felt good when I had fun, but not when I won. And
Good.
obviously I when obviously and also because when you play this kind of sports, you find that that there are really competitive people, and they are like, for them it's more important winning than sometimes only having fun. And when they don't win, they don't have fun.
Mhm.
So it's and but I understand the thing, because when you want to win, when you want to be the best in that game, or to excel at that game, in your practice, then obviously you will be able to do some techniques on to do, I don't know, like to some strategies or whatever that make you enjoy the game. But since I don't have it, I don't I don't practice a lot. I don't practice a lot about fighters game. I love watching, for example, the first game, so the first Street Fighter or the second Street Fighter. When I watch like a fight, I love watching it. But I don't feel like I want Ryu to win. It's not in me. So yeah, I would say. I mean, it's not a genre. It would say it's a character. I don't know how to
Yeah.
say it, because it's not a characteristic. Maybe like the purpose, like the purpose of the game.
Mm, yeah, I mean, yeah, one-on-one kind of games, right? For example, a fighting game, a driving game, maybe if you only want to win, sports games, uh, any, to be honest, any genre that has you play against another player, it's kind of it kind of fits onto that categorization that you just created, kind of, I think.
Okay, so now I would like you to put you in a situation, because it's the same situation I am right now with you.
Okay,
I mean,
okay,
because
sounds me.
I would like to show you, I would like you, because I am not sure.
You would like me, huh?
Do you know Dying Light, the game?
I do a bit. I haven't played it, but yeah, I do. I know
The
it.
thing is, I mean, later on I will explain about this game, but in order to talk a little bit about it, it's an open world survival horror, combat melee game. And I don't know if you are really into this kind of genre, but it's not a question. What I would like you to do is that imagine that you are working, and in your company, in your big company, that is yours, obviously, because like Santa Claus must have like a
Yeah,
company.
obviously, yeah.
And imagine that one of your colleagues from
So my reindeers,
exactly,
right?
exactly,
Exactly. Okay.
the like the red nose one.
Yeah.
You discover that he or she also likes video games.
Okay.
And, from a commentary that he or she mentioned or whatever. But he doesn't know you do too.
Okay.
How would you bring it up?
Like, how would I bring up that he likes video games and maybe we can have a conversation?
Yes. I mean, because he doesn't know you like video games. So it's like, but you don't, I mean, obviously you would say, hey, you like video games? Obviously that would be the easy answer, but I would like it to be more, how would you introduce the topic when you don't want to be so obvious about it?
I guess I would try to make a reference, like, for example, let's say, I don't know. Yeah, for example, let's say we're talking about an horror game, right? And so I don't know, maybe we there is a situation in which it kind of reminds me to the game, so I would try to make a reference to the game through that situation. Like, I don't know, maybe I see a rat going through the corner and getting out of sight. I would say, oh, that kind of reminds me of the whatever, right? It kind of reminds me of that time I killed a rat in Resident Evil, or it bit my toe.
I like the point. I like the point, really. I mean, I'm laughing, but I like the point because I was imagining that, I don't know, maybe you see like one of the colleagues that is dying to sleep, and he's like, huh, that,
But
that guy.
not that we're talking about, yeah, I remember that this one time in Resident Evil, and you're like, "What the fuck are you talking about, man? Help him!"
What do you mean, man? And okay, so now the topic is up. You're talking about it. You're talking about what you like. Like, I don't know. You're mentioned Rudolph, that you've been playing Gridfall, that you like RPG games, and and that is the second question about it. How would you recommend? I mean, this is a tricky question because there's something behind it. But would you recommend Gridfall instantly to the colleague, or what would you do before, or what would you like to know before in order to do that?
No, I would need to, at the very least, play the game through at least half the game before having even a slight commentary about it, because I need to know. Well, maybe if I'm, if it's blowing my brains out of how good it is, maybe I can talk about him, about it to a friend. But normally, I need some time to see the pros and cons of a video game before I even
Okay,
recommend it.
so let's forget Gridfall. First of all, would you recommend a game that you love to that person, or would you get to know him
A bit
better?
better, yeah, yeah. No, I mean, because if I say, oh, Final Fantasy 7, whatever, from PS1, it's amazing, but then maybe he just likes FIFA games, and it's like, yeah, I don't even want to talk to you. So it's kind
Well,
of
yeah,
important to
sure.
know where he
That
is.
that I must say, it's for me. It sometimes surprised me how many different people there are inside video games. It's like there would be people that only play the same games all the time, even when they have like a huge catalog. I don't say it's a bad thing. The contrary. I mean, have fun with it. But the thing is, it surprised me. It's like
Yeah.
when you have this huge catalog, when you can try everything you want, and then you still decide the one thing.
Hmm.
That's something that surprised me. And
Sure.
that's the thing about I mean thinking, and that's the thing about Dying Light, because Dying Light, it's a game that I would like, that I found out recently, not that recently, but I finished it recently, and I found that it's really, I mean, I loved it obviously, but I found it really original in some aspects, in some ways, and
Hmm.
I believe that would be, I mean, for example, if I wanted to convince anybody about any game, obviously I would do the first. I mean, what we mentioned before, that is to get to know the person, because it's what you said. If that person only plays Call of Duty, or fighter games or FIFA or no, or only adventure games. Maybe if that person only like indie games, maybe I wouldn't say that he should try Dying Light. But if I think that the person goes into that direction, I would try to always I will talk in gameplay terms. I wouldn't try to convince somebody into playing something because the story is good. I mean that it would be it, but I wouldn't be like I don't think that would be like a huge pro for the game because that is not something compulsory for video games, at least from my point of view. So, for example, in the case of Dying Light, I would mention the ideas that make the game unique, I would say, and try to convince that person from that point of view.
Okay,
So,
fair enough.
because I don't know, maybe well, you don't, you know, obviously, but because my favorite genre is the zombie genre. I think the zombie genre is a really um, I don't know how to say, like a big, it's really big. There are many movies, many books, many comic books, many video games that are the zombies in it, and I love the genre. And Dying Light, I believe, is one of the games that gives something original to the genre and makes it more wider, I would say.
Hmm.
So I would like you to tell you about Dying Light. Feel free anytime to, I don't know, maybe to ask or to just to mention, okay?
Okay.
But sorry about that. I'm going to change the scene like this. Wow, good. So
Good stuff.
let me introduce you, my good mighty friend, to Dying Light. As I said, as I mentioned before, it's a first-person survival horror open world game in which, for most of the game, you're you're going to fight with melee weapons. That is bats, axes, machetes, um, you name it, any weapon. What do you think about the melee weapons? It's a weapon that you usually like, or do you prefer guns?
In first person kind of games, shooting games or whatever, I've never felt very comfortable with melee weapons. I always go for longer range weapons such as guns or a flamethrower. Probably the flamethrower is the closest I like to be to an enemy.
Yeah, me
So
too. I mean, and something that happens to me is that because the flamethrower many times it looks like this kind of weapon that you have like limited resources. So it's like when you
mhm,
use it, you have to use it wisely.
yeah.
And what I usually do is that I don't use it at all. I, I'm the kind of guy that always goes with the knife, trying to
Mm,
save ammunition.
yeah.
So I mostly I don't use it. But I had the same opinion as you. When the first time I watched like there is this like the melee combat. At the first time I was like, I don't know how this is gonna go, but then it surprised me. It goes really well because there are like many kind of weapons. As I said, bats, axes, machetes, pipes, hammers, swords, you name it. And in addition to this, this can be repaired a limited number of times. Because yes, friends, I don't know. Did you play did you play the Legend of Zelda, the Breath of the Wild?
Uh, a bit, yeah, like 4 hours, I believe, or so, 5 hours maybe.
I mentioned this game because the fact
Yeah,
that the fact that the weapons break,
yeah.
it was very criticized at the moment. And I believe I think it's a good point, really, because first of all, if you have that, I mean, if your weapon breaks, that means that I guess that the developer understand that they will give you more weapons, more different weapons. You will have a varied selection of weapons, and I
Mm,
believe that that is good because it always changes you the way you play. It always changes
mm,
the mechanics, and I believe that is
mm.
a good point.
Fair enough.
Also, these weapons can be improved, adding fire, poison, electricity, etc. I must say I'm not really fan of this. I mean, I like that you can upgrade your weapons, but I don't usually. When I played Dying Light, I didn't use it a lot. I didn't. I mean, I did it because it gave them a lot of power, but only because of that, not because I wanted to do that.
You maybe liked it a more realistic approach instead of like bats that you slide and all that.
Yes,
Hmm.
yes,
Hmm.
yes, I would say so.
Mm.
And also, I've come to read that there are over 100 types of weapons in the entire time. 100 types. Plus, if you add all the upgrades that can be made, we can say that the Techland, they made a really good work giving you a good selection of weapons. But now the question would be, why would you need so many weapons? Why would you, Casares?
Because you need to kill a lot of stuff, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Your character, that is here, is Kyle Crane, an undercover agent sent by the humanitarian organization GRE, which stands for Global Relief Effort. They are in charge of helping nations with problems of various kinds. Your mission is to recover a very important document from the city-state of Haran, a fictional location inspired by the Middle East, Brazil, Eastern Europe, etc. This city is isolated from the outside because of a virus that derives from rabbis. The opening video of Dying Light explains the events taking place in the city. Two journalists recount the facts, so I'm gonna act it out a bit, if you don't mind, Casares.
Sure, go for it.
As you know, I made a bit of plays, and I'm a bit of an actor, actually. So
Mm.
I have to put my best. But wait.
Go for it, man.
Okay, let's do it. The eyes of the world have been glued to the city of Haran for the past 2 months, following the outbreak of a previously unknown pathogen. It's not yet clear what has caused this gruesome affliction. The local government's Ministry of Defense erected a quarantine wall shortly after the outbreak. The global relief efforts' steady stream of supply drops has sustained what few survivors remain in the city. The Ministry of Defense believes more radical action should be taken to stem the tide of this virus. The question is, are there still uninfected survivors in the city, as the GRE maintains? And if so, will the ministry still go through with their stated plan to annihilate the city in an attempt to wipe out the Haran virus once and for all? Whether by way of the virus or the ministry's proposed plan, one thing is certain: Haran's days are numbered. Terrifying, right?
That was actually, I think that was even better than the Spanish version that you did. I think you did this part better in English. So good job.
Thank you for that. I practice. No, I didn't.
Good.
No, I
In
didn't.
front of a mirror.
Yes,
Right?
I
You are like, you are a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy.
and but what we have to say, the premise is not something really different from what we have seen. Obviously, because when there is like infection like this, it's always the same. I mean, we have to isolate the city. Sometimes in zombie games, you don't really, I mean, you don't really know if the apocalypse is something of the city or that is globally, you know. But in this case, it reminds us that they have isolated the city, so it's just only the city. That it's something that it surprised me. How can you control a virus and only keep it in one place? In the world that we live today, when, for example, the coronavirus have infected, have caused, the problems that we have suffered. But well, the virus, as we can imagine, spreads fast through bites and saliva, turning its victims into zombies who roam the world of search of human flesh. So, sounds familiar? That's right. The zombie. Here we have it. The zombie. The zombie in the world of video games is clearly, I don't know if you agree with me, Casares, but it's clearly one of the most used and important enemies. And its existence represents all the reasons for it to be so. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a clear enemy, and its death doesn't result in the player having any kind of ethical or moral dilemma. Of course, in Dying Light, they have their own catalog of creatures. For example, the most representative infected of the genre, and the most basic one, I would say, is in Dying Light called the Biter, that wanders around the stage and due due to his decomposition has lost a lot of strength and is easy to defeat. We would say the normal zombie. In this video, now I would like to focus on the ideas behind the game. And for this, I believe it is important to talk about the company and its previous game. Dying Light is considered by some to be the spiritual successor to Dead Island. Do you know Dead Island?
I heard about it. Yeah, I know that it got kind of a mixed critics, but overall it was a good game.
Yeah. I played it not so long time before, but I played it. I believe it's not that sad or it's not that serious. I believe that Dead Island is more, more. It has more irony in it. I believe it has more comedy. And by the way, I believe that the other day Dead Island 2 was announced, but this is only from I think a new. I think it was released on Amazon or something like that. I'm not sure about it. But yes, Dead Island. Dead Island was another game developed by the same company, Techland. Techland is a Polish video game developer who wanted to be part of the group of carnivores with its game Dead Island, published by Deep Silver in September 2011. With touches of acid humor, and excessive violence, it places us in the fictional island of Banoi, right at the outbreak of a zombie apocalypse. His world is as open as an island can allow. I believe that was a good location, the island, because it's also a resort island, so that is good, in my opinion. You play in first person, either solo or with up to 4 players in online or LAN co-op. The gameplay is it's really focused on melee combat, and there are RPG elements such as the gaining experience to level up and getting skill upgrades. All these elements are also preserved in Dying Light. So, what can be different? What do you think?
From other video games, you mean?
I mean, for example, this one has, as I said, the gameplay is the melee combat. The story, I mean, I'm not into the story right now. I'm just talking about the gameplay mechanics.
Gameplay.
But, I mean, for example, what would you add to this setting? What do you like the setting? The island thing, the resort, paradise about it?
Yeah, I think it's I mean, it's a good setting, definitely. You are supposedly isolated from the rest of the society, so you will have to find your own resources in the island. I'm guessing. I'm guessing here, absolutely. Maybe create your own fort or house or whatever, and probably maybe there can be even underground tunnels from different people that came before you. I don't know.
Yeah,
The setting can be very good if you put in an island.
I
If
agree.
you know how to do it.
I agree. And also the fact that it's maybe controlled by a company, like because you said, the tunnels, the people that live here. But I don't know. I don't know if it's something related to the story. I haven't finished it. But yeah, well, we could say that Dead Island received good reviews from the press, from users. Although launch issues and bugs greatly influenced these marks, issues that occurred mainly in the console editions. But however, the thing is that most of the positive reviews praised this setting, the island resort thing, the fun gameplay, and the character progression. But despite this, the development team was very dissatisfied with Dead Island. They wanted to go further and even change some gameplay mechanics, but due to the disagreements with the publisher, Dead Island ended up being released with good reviews, but with the displeasure of Techland. Many in the company felt they could get a 9 game, but the publisher was perfectly happy with an 8, and that really frustrated the development team. According to Adrian Siweski, who is an important game developer inside the team, for him the biggest problem with Dead Island is that it had too many bugs. the team was not as big as needed to accomplish such a challenge because, as I said, we are talking about a co-op game, melee combat, up to 4 players. In order for these things to get it correctly, you need a good team and also a big team. And also where things like were never done before in Gideon's games, so they didn't have a good reference for it. So, like for example, to design the zombie fights using first-person melee combat, that was something that was not really not well, as they said, they were never done before. So, just a few months after releasing Dead Island in early 2012, they began the development of Dying Light. They wanted to create something even bigger and better, obviously, and not just a continuation of something already existing, but a new work with a completely different perspective. For them, Dying Light had to be a new IP, and importantly, unlike Dead Island, this time they would have full control. Techland kept the rights to their own game. After releasing the follow-up to the first game, Dead Island Riptide, in April 2013, Techland stated that they would not commit to continuing with future installments in the series. A month later, Techland and Warner Bros. Interactive Entertainment announced Dying Light. With their new distributor, Techland could explore deep in the ideas that shaped their new game. This is not like a new... This is not news in the video game industry. They think that publisher wants to control the whole process in the development team. What do you think about the situation? Do you think that is good? Do you think that sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not? What is your opinion?
It depends a lot on the people that is on every part of it. So, for example, maybe the producer knows the market better, knows what might sell more, what might be a better selling point. And some of the times he's just looking at the money. So maybe he just want to cut some expenses to make it more doable economically. And so, well, it depends. It depends. In general, though, I must say that developers normally have better ideas than producers, like 90% of the time. So in that sense, I mean, I don't want to be in either position, to be honest, because one knows what they want to do and the others know where the money can get up to. So there's always a struggle between those two parts. But yeah,
However,
that's mostly the
idea.
how it works. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I would say is that maybe in the beginning they were more unknown to the consequences that the influence of the publisher has into the development team, and I believe that now companies, big publishers, they know what can happen if you don't give some freedom to the development team, because
Yeah.
I believe these kind of situations happen a lot of times, and it happened in worse situations with worse games, I believe. But we are not going to point any fingers. So
I'm sorry.
and electric ball, and I would say
I don't know what. Who is that?
perfect dark.
Yeah, as you were
So
saying. Yeah.
So when they announced Dying Light at a pre-E3 event in Santa Monica, California, a demo of the game was presented, showing the main ideas behind it. One of them is directly related to the environment and not so much to the character. To survive in this world, players have some abilities at their disposal, such as climbing walls, overcoming obstacles, or fighting games. But to use these techniques, players need an environment that encourages them to put them into practice. The day-night cycle is a key motivation. That the dual gameplay with day and night was a constant desire in the team. The idea was in the developer's mind even before Dead Island. It creates a polarized game. You have two games in one, basically. The player has to play different depending on if it's the day or the night. During the day, you can improve your skills, learn more about fighting and running, and soon the player will be able to be will be a great hunter during the day. But during the night, that's another story. It's harder. It will probably take you many hours to improve enough to be a hunter overnight. In order for the day and night cycle to seem believable, the days and nights actually go by in the game during this feeling that the world is alive. For this to happen, technical art director Maciej Jandrozik created a proprietary system to calculate lighting effects in real time based on the time of day, the weather, and where the player is. The day lasts longer than the night, since the night is harder than the day, and if you want to jump quickly between day and night, you go to bed and that's it. The main idea is to immerse the players in a world full of dangers, but always leaving the option to the player. During the day, we can move much more calmly, explore, do missions, and above all, we will have more manageable enemies, such as the biters, who will tend to get together with each other, and the virals. Casares, do you know the movie 28 Days Later?
Yeah,
Or 20
yeah.
weeks
Actually,
later?
that's one of the few zombie movies that I liked. The first one. Then it kind of gets a bit weird, but the first one was for me was very very good.
I would say I love the two first ones. And I also agree that the first one is really good, really good. So I mention it because the viral would be really similar to the enemy, so to the zombie in Dying Light. You know, like this kind of enemy that is like, you know, it represents better, you know, this variant of rabbis, no? Like they are like really crazy and they are really strong and they don't really want to bite you. They just want to, I don't know, beat you to death, you know? And the thing is with Disinfected, the viral is that just has just been like that recently. So it still keeps human features being faster and stronger. Okay. So, however, like all enemies, if you get out of their vision and stay away for a long time, they will eventually forget about you. At night, as I said before, it's another story. Since it's all dark, the only way to move well is by using your flashlight. But if you do that, then you reveal your position to the enemies. So it's important to tread carefully. I guess you will agree with me that that is a situation that happens in most games, in most horror games. That if you point at somebody with the flashlight, they're going to see you.
It depends, but yeah, in
Yeah, it
general,
depends, but
that's how it
in
works.
most cases. And also, it is more difficult at night, as I say, to see in the distance, since the flashlight only provides short-range vision. So surprises are more frequent. During the night, the player will obtain more experience points than during the day, and bonuses such as not dying during the night, for example. Obviously, it's the enemies that change the most from day to night. The infected get more aggressive, and there are more different types of creatures that roam the city. And the most aggressive one, and the one that you should really feel for, is this one, the volatile. The volatile, a type of infected with extreme speed, strength, lots of life, and really, really bad blood. If it hits you, you're dead. Another creature that it would be also that only appears in the night is the Night Walker. The Night Walker, which is a biter that suddenly undergoes a transformation in front of you and behaves very aggressively and with great agility, being even more dangerous than the virals. With this, the quick option is to kill them while they're transforming or just run. Run like there's no tomorrow. Because running here is really important. When you run, or rather flee from these creatures, the chase begins, which is a mode, the chase, like the pursuit begins, which is a mode that has its own entity within the game and only occurs at night. The chase can be caused by several triggers. If the creature sees you, for example, long enough to realize you're there, or if you attack an enemy and it ends up warning others. During the chase, running away increases the chance of more infected spawning near you, and you will have hordes of creatures chasing you. The longer the pursuit lasts, the greater the difficulty. And to stop a chase, either access one of the safe zones available on the map, whose ultraviolet lighting systems will scare them away, or disappear from their range of vision and stay quiet for a while. The higher the difficulty level of the chase is, the more difficult it will be for us not to be discovered. What do you think about this? What do you think about this cycle day and night? Do you know it from other games?
The cycle itself, yes. This is an idea that's been used for quite some years now. I believe even the Ocarina of Time
Yes,
that you were talking about, it has
it's
it.
true.
Um, but also like well, I mean, especially in role playing games, this is an idea that has been used for quite some time. Um, and it also has its ups and downs towards your character, how the gameplay is or even events that happen only at night, or maybe if someone tells you to go to the inn just at this hour and you have to be specific at that hour. In the Witcher also we can, there is a time, and then you can wait several hours until midnight, until midday, etc. So yeah, it's definitely something that I've heard of. But I want to ask you, because you said something that uh, maybe I understood it wrong, which is that the chases only happen at night. Is that
I
correct?
mean, you can run. I mean, the ability of running, you can use it during
Yeah, yeah.
either by day or
Hmm.
night. But the pursuit is something different. It's like the change is in the environment around you. It's like suddenly many creatures appear from the ground, from everywhere, and I believe maybe that your character or the way how you watch is like you get into this like tunnel vision,
Uh-huh.
and
Yeah.
some enemies start to pop up. So
Hmm.
right now I'm not 100% sure, because obviously, I mean, you can get chased during the day, but during the
Okay.
night it gets a little bit different. It's like
Okay. So during the day, there is zombies or whatever that can chase you, but this kind of like you said, the tunnel vision. I'm guessing the zombies that automatically go after you if they see you and all that. Like this kind of aggressive behavior only happens at night. Is that correct?
exactly during the night
Okay.
it is because of the sunlight. You know, these kind of creatures suffer from mostly uh, the same problem like vampires. You know, like they have like a
Mm-hmm.
problem with the sunlight, with the
Mm-hmm.
sorry, with the sunlight, and also with
That's normal.
the ultraviolet uh, rays.
Like
Yeah,
UV rays. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It sounds good. Um,
I mean, for me,
I have some questions later on, but I will ask them later. Yeah.
okay. So, as you can imagine, to survive in this world, fleeing, running away is always an option, and I must say a must-do option, because if not, you're going to die fast. And this is the perfect environment actually to practice probably the most important mechanic in the game, that is the parkour. According to Blaziek Krakowiak, free running for Teklan is a survival mechanism. It's not something the characters do to show off, but something they have to do because that's how humans avoid being eaten by zombies. This ability to run away like a pro, the freedom of movement, was at the top of their list and stayed there the whole time. So things like level design, item placements, mission design, and even combat were built around the movement system. And this need of being able to reach any point of the map came from the need of realism that developers wanted to achieve with Dying Light. For them, running would be something everybody would do in a situation like that. They wanted to give the choice to the players: run or fight. So, on our first mission, after landing in the city of Haran, you meet an important character in the story, Rahim. Mm, that we can see here that is a young, lovely man. During the quest, he teaches you to move with parkour techniques. He does it at the top of the building. and of a building, one of the most important buildings in the game. And during the quest, he teaches you how to move with parkour techniques. Through a prepared circuit with yellow signs that lead you the way, the player learns to run, climb, jump, and that nothing happens if you fall on a pile of glue garbage bags. These techniques are obviously very simple, but thanks to the experience gained during the play, the player will learn new skills that will make the game more enjoyable. The same happens with combat, actually. Every time you use combat skills, you will acquire points that will be used for new skills in combat. They do not add, so they do not add to each other. I mean, it's when you fight, you will get the experience combat points, and when you move, when you jump, when you do even the pursuit, the chase and everything, this will give you some more points in order to achieve these abilities. So this is not something new, obviously, for Dying Light. I mean, this is not something that Dying Light invented it, of course, but I would say that it is one of the games in which I have seen the most clearly progression during the gameplay. I mean, there's a huge difference between the beginning of the game, beginning of what you can do in the game, and what you can end up doing at the end of the game. For you, Casares, is it important a good progression in the skill trees, in the skills tree?
Um, well, obviously it depends on the game that we are playing. Obviously, but it's true that if there is a story, that goes from point A to point B, and you they give you a series of skills, like for example parkour. You can to make it feel fresh. During the gameplay, because you're getting used to the mechanics at the beginning. These mechanics might be absolutely amazing, but it's true that the more you play, the more you get used to them, and at some point it can get slightly boring. For
Yeah.
example, I was reminded actually by this parkour mechanic, which is the first time that I played an Assassin's Creed.
Yes.
My mind was blown.
Sure.
Like, oh my god, this is absolutely amazing. The feel of being able to go everywhere, jump, and that area. But it's true that um, after like maybe 5 hours playing, you kind of got used to it, and then it was a decent experience, but it was not great. So in that sense, for example, you have two options: either do a skill tree like you talk about, I don't know, jumping higher, being able to climb different kind of buildings, or being able to kill from a specific height while you're jumping or whatever. Or you can do it so that the while you advance in the story, the character itself learns to do new moves by itself, like not like a specific skill tree, but maybe he now has a new item that allows him to I don't know, to go through a cable, to just jump from one building to the other. So those are like two options that I think are used in video games, in which they give you a lot of movement options, but then they want you to feel accomplished after you still play for quite some hours, and it feels fresh every time.
I agree. I agree. Totally agree.
Skills are an option,
Yeah.
definitely. Yeah.
Sure. Definitely. Regarding the fidelity of the animations, Teklan had the participation of David Bell, considered by many to be the founder of modern parkour. Together with several young parkour practitioners, they came up with various moves and tried out some techniques so that the developers would have more options to base themselves on when designing not only the animations but also the way to interact with the environment. Parkour ends up becoming a choreography, a succession of buttons that make fleeing really fun, actually. So, at this point, I believe it is really important to compare Dying Light to Mirror's Edge, as Mirror's Edge is widely known for its first-person perspective and parkour. I believe you've played it, right, Casares?
Yes, I have. I played it. Didn't finish it, but I played it. I thought it was pretty fun. Um, as maybe the viewers might be able to see in the screen, they base the movement so that you would go towards red objects. The red items or objects or cues will give you the idea that you can do a specific jump to it. So it's kind of a guided experience, but as well you can go through different routes and all that. And it was definitely, when I saw Dying Light, I thought of Mirror Sets at some point. It kind of reminded me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that people that have been in the PS4 generations console, that the PS4, the Xbox One, and the Nintendo, they would know Mirror's Edge. I haven't played it. I would like to. I have it. I want to play it, but I think that it was original at the time. I believe. This concept of parkour and freedom of movement.
No, yeah. Especially in the first person, because it had already been maybe used a bit. I don't remember what year was released the Assassin's Creed, but it's true that in first person, I think it's. I would say the first one. Maybe it's not, but at least the first one that comes to mind. Yeah.
True fact there. When Techland started the project, they knew they wanted a first-person open world that breaks down walls, visible or not. They hoped to create a game that allows the player to get out of the way, jump over fences, or climb to the top of a building to see what's on the other side. More or less like what I believe it's Mirror's Edge. So they started with this, with a similar approach to Mirror's Edge, placing what we would call hooks on rooftops and walls that the player could use could interact with it in order to grab onto and climb up. The problem came when they realized that they had placed about 50,000 of these hooks manually, and but the thing is, they were so unstable that the slightest change would stop them from working properly. And the thing is that they still needed to place many more. So that was a problem, because they wanted to get the freedom of they wanted to get that freedom of movement that they wanted. So they had to try something different. A system that they ended up calling natural movement. So let me explain a little bit about this, because Techland, because this is huge. This is really important for them. For example, in a linear game like Dead Island, for example, the way to lead players to their objective is very easy. And I'm sure, Casares, that you will recognize this kind of way of progressing through the story, even when it seems that there are several options. For example, all paths are already anticipated and prepared by the developers. They allow you to interact with certain parts of the place, but with others you won't be able. In this type of game, it's easier to use the famous hooks so that the character can interact with it, do the action, and continue with the adventure. The developer team only need to create a few hooks, and once you've used them, you don't run into them again. So we would say it's really easy to use this technique in order to make it easy to interact with the environment. However, in an open world, this would be different, because the player walks the same paths over and over again. So you have to make sure that all the hooks work properly, and that gets really complicated. So as I said before, the first prototype of the map had almost 50,000 hooks manually placed, and they were already having problems. So what did I do? I know.
What did I do? What did I do?
That is the question.
What did I do?
Let me explain you. In the spring of 2012, 6 months after, in order to locate the time precision, I want to be really precise of when this happened. 6 months after the release of Dead Island, and very close to the announcement of Dying Light. As I said, spring of 2012. In Techland, they decided to create a prototype in which they would try another option to the hooks. The programmers developed a system that performs real-time analysis of the area around the player to determine what type of action can be performed, such as climbing, jumping, sliding, wall running, and so on. regarding players, this new system analyzes environment, geometry, speed, position, and possible animations of the character. In other words, developers likely no longer have to include hooks or anything like that. Instead, this system directly analyzes the player's environment and responds to what's there, as if there was a manually placed hook, meaning the game places its hook automatically. It is true that despite the potential of the idea, it also caused other problems: dizziness, animations that did not work properly, passing through objects, etc. The thing is, if you want to know more about this system, because as you may have understood already, it is a really complex system, I don't have enough knowledge to make you understand how this works. But I would like to recommend you a video that one of the main developers, Bastor Skulon, one of the important ones, gave a talk in the GDC channel in which he explains it very well. Look it up if you are interested. Parkour: How to Improve Freedom of Movement in First-Person Games in 20 Simple Steps. It's a really good video. So, as I was saying, players can now reach places that were previously unreachable. And best of all, players can create their own routes through the environment. Now would be more realistic. The engine recognizes if there are obstacles in the way, and depending on how and where it is, the player will climb it or not. For example, if a wall has a broken ledge or there is a vehicle parked in front of it, the actions of our character will change. The engine has its own internal logic that saves programmers a lot of work, but with adjustments, of course, many adjustments. On the other hand, if now players can move freely wherever they want, then there's another challenge: the enemies. Typically, in a zombie game, the most important technical limitation is the zombies, or rather, the number of them. In zombie games, only a certain number of enemies could be created at a time, so normally developers resorted to making them disappear as soon as the player stops looking, so that others would appear somewhere else. You have the feeling that there are many, but actually they are selected to appear and disappear as you play. Do you recognize this mechanic, this way of putting enemies into the games, Casares?
I think most of the, especially because of the lack of hardware,
Yes,
this was a system that
absolutely.
was implemented in most of the games. I would say up to PS4, but maybe even in PS4 there are many instances in which this happens. Definitely was a thing that it had to be done in PS1, PS2, and PS3 games because obviously the hardware limitations were big, and they couldn't really create a whole new world and then make it so that there is a specific character every time there this issue. Maybe nowadays it can be done with the hardware that we have, but in many instances in games that this was a thing that they wanted to implement.
Mhm.
They needed servers so that the servers knew the location of these different mobs and they could have them there at all times. But it's definitely not a thing that happens often in single player games.
Yes. Yes, sure, absolutely. And maybe that's why Techland chose another path, because they know that in this kind of world they couldn't choose that option. So that's the thing. Once you give players the option for total freedom, it's totally unpredictable how the player will act. So just like with movement, instead of manually placing enemies in the player's path, they developed an artificial intelligence so that enemies can accord according to the player. Let's talk about. Let's stop here and talk about a keyword that Techland uses frequently when talking about Dying Light, and that is emergency. Emergency, not in the sense of be careful, but emergency, the noun that comes from the verb emerge. Do you know? Do you know this term, Casares? Emergency, emergent gameplay, for example.
Never heard of it.
Never?
Never
Really?
heard. Nope. Nope.
In open world games, it's a really, really important concept. I'm going to read the definition given by an article from Polygon regarding Dying Light because they explain it really, really well. In gameplay terms, emergence refers to behaviors, okay, this is important, behaviors that aren't planned or scripted, but rather emerge through the player's interaction with the game's various systems, meaning the systems respond to how the player acts during the game. A good example for this would be in modern games. I mean, it is really common to find this system in games that belong to Rockstar, for example. Rockstar has implemented really well in Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption 2. In these games, the player can allow you to go through the main mission, but you can simply get carried away by the life that exists in these worlds, or rather, that the developers have programmed for the player for these worlds. That a person in the street suddenly gets angry with you and goes to hit you, or that they ambush you to rob you. In this type of gameplay, suddenness is key. In Dying Light, to prevent players from seeing enemies appearing out of nowhere, zombies will sometimes wait hiding in houses or wait under streets to emerge when the player is nearby. Enemies in Dying Light are programmed to understand the terrain and choose their own route to reach the player. They don't follow set routes, but instead use the same technology as our movement to direct them towards their target, us, the players. A chase in every sense. This is how you can better understand how virals work. These recently infected zombies that the moment they activate, chase you frantically, and it's a challenge to avoid them. It's an example of emergent gameplay that makes good use of the game's resources. On the other hand, there will also be a lot of biters on the screen in Dying Light, but they are not actually working. They run with as little memory as possible. Some of them will have all the resources in the game and will act as they should, while others will be empty of resources. They are empty dolls that are seen in the distance and will work at 100% as soon as the player approaches. The player has the impression that the enemies are there and that they do things, but they are so far away that it's not very clear to you. As you get closer, the game detects that you are looking at them, so they automatically go from being off to fully in action. Due to the way Techland works, the programmers have a much more important role in the company. And for example, the ability to swim exemplifies very well how they work, how in Techland they work. Many of the basic concepts in the game's design were actually invented by the programmers rather than the designers, as is often the case in other studios. While it's not uncommon to hear that a studio seriously considers its programmers' ideas, very few hand over full creative control to them, or at least to the same extent that Techland does. The designers here are more shepherds than authors, helping to keep the best ideas moving forward. Everyone is free to try any idea though, even when they are told not to, and that is what happened with the ability to swim. For example, Casares, do you think that swimming is important?
In open world games, in general, yes. I still remember being able to play in a big city in what was it? GTA Vice City, and the moment you touch water, you were dead, which was kind of a weird thing, especially in a city that had the sea. So if you put let's say a big enough sea or a water surface that you're able to dip in, you should be able to swim. Yeah.
For me, in an open world, I prefer to have that ability. I know that it's more work for the programmers, of course, but in order to make it more realistic, I believe it's important. And that is also what Bartosz Zulon thought. One of the programmers, Bartosz Kulon, really wanted to have the character to be able to swim. It was not something included in Dead Island due to lack of time, and that was something that really annoyed him. So one weekend, he told the designers team that swimming was compulsory, and so he created during the weekend. He wanted to create the best game possible, and for him, swimming had to be in a great game, being Dying Light. So in order to finish with my section, this last example you with this last example, sorry, you may have already noticed that I have compared Dying Light to Dead Island many times, despite the fact that developers made it clear that they wanted to do something different. So I'm gonna ask you. Maybe you don't know the answer, but let me ask you. Why do you think I've been comparing it so much? What do you think is the idea behind it?
The idea before behind comparing it so much.
Both games, even though they make it really clear that they are not the same game.
Well, I mean, they might say it's not the same game, obviously, because if it's the same game, if they say it's the same game, people are not going to buy it, obviously.
But
But
I
there
assure
are
you, it's clearly not the same game. But why
no,
I'm
no,
comparing
no.
it?
Yeah, no, but I mean, first of all, it. I mean, I'm not completely sure, but it feels like they are in the same genre. So we are talking about well, horror or survival horror games. Second of all, it's from the same company. Third, graphically, they kind of remember one another. Yeah. I feel obviously there are different games, but there are some similarities graphically. And well, I'm guessing not the main idea, but one of the core ideas was to uh, fight against different creatures, being able to survive in a hard environment, probably gathering resources. Um, and well, it's the same company. I mean, and it's in the next game they did after the Island, if I'm not mistaken. So obviously there has to be some comparisons to do here.
You gave a really good point because it is true that they are not related. That's where I wanted to go. It is true that they are not related in terms of the plot or its universe, but obviously they are related in terms of the experience of the developer. Dying Light being the result of the lessons learned in that island. So if you add to this a clear vision of the game they wanted to achieve, we have this great IP as a result. So in order to say what is the most important ideas behind Dying Light, I would say that there are two vital mechanics in the game. One is the natural movement, and that includes the parkour. The other is the cycle of day and night. These two concepts starting being tested with Dead Island as the game base, and it's easier to get an idea of what it would be like if you start from something. No, so they started with the Dead Island as a base, and of course they made many mistakes at the beginning. That's obviously when you want to create something, but what doesn't start with problems, right? So yes, Tegland relied on a concept, these two big core ideas, and I believe it worked out pretty well for them. Do you know any any game that has a really good point or has a really good mechanic that makes the game enjoyable or noticeable? What do you know? For example,
But
Shadow of the Colossus. I really like this mechanic that you have to climb these huge creatures. So I that original idea, it was something I really liked. Do you know any other example?
well, I mean, if we go to the past 30 years, obviously, if you're talking about a more recent game, bum, 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 bum. A specific mechanic that is it make it popular, maybe. Well, for example, probably this has not. It probably is not the best example out there,
Why?
but in and I haven't even played the game as such. I've seen it and I kind of know some things about it.
Okay.
But in the so after the Metal Gear 4, they created a game which was about Raiden, which is one of the characters of the series, and the game was called Metal Gear Rising, if I am not mistaken. And so that game, one of the things that was pretty interesting is that you could get into a slow mo, and you would go, for example, if you wanted to kill a character,
Uh-huh.
you could go into a slow mo and kill it like on different angles, and thus basically you could direct the kind of cut that you wanted, like as if you were cutting just a piece of meat,
Hmm.
but with the enemies. And so maybe it's not even innovative. I'm not completely sure if it was the first game to do it or not, but it's true that it was curious. It was curious, and it was something that it was I don't think it was created so far. And you could, yeah, like you saw it in slow mo, and then it would give you the knife on a specific position, and then with the joystick you would go like, like this or like this. And well, maybe it
Interesting.
was not, maybe it was not a mechanic that sold out of games, but the game itself, even though it was not about Snake, and it was not a stealth camouflage game, it was very good.
Cool.
It was had a lot of success.
Miglio is saying here that the
Oh, sweet.
ability to steal things from your enemies. I asked him what was the game he was talking about, and he said the first one I don't know, but Gandalf knows what I'm talking about. Final Fantasy. Ah, is it true? Did you know the ability of to steal stuff from people?
But yeah, I mean, there are many role-playing games in which you can steal stuff. I'm not sure that it was the first. Final Fantasy was the first to be able to do it. I think even in the first Final Fantasy you could steal, but I'm not sure if it was the first game to apply this new mechanic. But
See, yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's definitely a good example. Yeah.
And can you repeat what was the game you were talking about? Because I didn't catch it up.
Mine,
Yes, the one you mentioned before.
yeah, Metal Gear Rising.
Ah, Rising. Yeah, okay.
Rising.
It's Rising.
Rising, baby.
Rising. And
Yeah.
so, what do you think about these mechanics? What are your thoughts about it? About the Dying Light? About what I just told you?
Um. So I think it's probably a good mix between parkour and melee combat. So I do remember that in Mirror's Edge you could do parkour,
Hmm.
but it's true that it never felt like your character was very skilled in close quarter combat,
Hmm.
and so you pretty much try to outrun the enemies and just flee from them. And then in this game I feel like maybe, well, obviously maybe not at the beginning, because you have to get used to the mechanics, and then you probably have to improve your gear, but it feels like you are strong enough to get rid of many zombies at the same time, or maybe one after the other. Whereas in the mirror set, you just had your fists, and you would just try to punch a little, I guess. But it was not like the experience itself was not about combat.
Hmm.
And so this game, I think, from the look of from the looks of it, I haven't played it as I said before, it looks like it is a good mix between this parkour mechanic and close quarter combat. Even in the video, I feel like I haven't seen too much about shooting. I'm guessing there are,
Mm,
uh, weapons, long range weapons, but I haven't seen much
they
in the gameplay.
they are okay.
Hmm.
They're there,
Hmm. Hmm.
but after a long time in the
Okay,
story, so you
so
have to progress a
so
lot.
mhm. So for the most part, at the beginning, you have to.
Melee
Whoops.
weapons, axes, bats, everything. So yeah, I think we've lost Dougan the Mighty. So don't worry, we are going to reconnect with him. But first of all, we are going to continue, please. Oh, you're still here? Okay, no worries. Um, we are going to continue with the streaming, okay? But first, we are
Qué
going to
caído
take a
yo.
break because it's been
Qué
now
bien que
an
se ha
hour
caído.
and a half.
Fuck.
So I'm going to put you. Oh, so you're here, Dugan? You're here with us? Okay. I'm going to put you the song. We're going to take a break, and we are going to talk about Undertale after the break. So please stay here with us and don't go away.
What?
And I hope you enjoy the song. So here we go again with the English single player podcast. So we have we had like some
Are we
technical.
live?
Yes, we are. We are. We are. We had some technical issues, but
No.
we believe that
Okay,
everything is
sorry.
going well here. Do you hear
I
me?
hope so.
Yes, I hear you perfectly.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear.
So this time
Okay.
I would like to talk about you about video games, but more related to indie video games. Are you familiar with indie video games?
Over the years, I'm getting more familiarized with them. I haven't been a big fan of indie games for many years. I was more of a triple A kind of player, but it's true that this last, I don't know, 5, 6 years, more or less, I have seen some of the what the indie scene can offer, and it's definitely very good stuff. So yeah, I'm getting a bit more familiarized with them. Yeah.
For me too. I mean, I wouldn't say if at the beginning I wasn't. Maybe maybe I was. I was influenced a lot by these triple A games, but I would say that maybe like this difference between games, between indie games and high budget games. I believe it was more with the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 generation, I believe, maybe, because before I wouldn't say that there was a huge difference between indie games and big budget games. Don't you think?
I do think, yeah. I mean, I think the indie scene has come to stay during the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 era, let's say. Before that, I mean that there was an indie world out there, but the quality of the games in general was not great. I mean, most of the games that we know from PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1, or well, in that era during that era in PC games, um, was either double A or triple A. I don't know. Personally, I don't think I know any indie game from the time. Maybe there was a scene that I didn't know of behind it. I know that the indie scene is really strong, or has been really strong for many years in Japan, for example, where especially with the Switch was one of the first consoles to really put a stress on the indie market. But I do think that there is a big difference, especially, well, I mean, obviously there are some differences. One of them can be graphics. In some cases it's not as specific as that. Obviously the advertisement is completely different, has nothing to do. It's really hard to get to know the indie games if you are not in the spectrum, let's say, of those either publishers or web pages that specifically talk about them, or people who like indie games, and then you're able to know about these games because of them. But I mean, graphically in general, it's hard to find an
You had some questions, I believe.
yeah, yeah. And specifically, there are a couple of them. One of them, very, very specifically, that had to do with, well, not the Light as such, but the genre, and knowing you that you like the genre so much. So, the question is the one that follows. From a story or setting point of view, is there any movie, book, or historic event that you think it would make a great horror or zombie video game? Not an easy one. I
No,
told you.
not actually. Um, well, I was okay. It's not a zombie game because it's a TV show that I love, and that I honestly believe it would be really, really, really strange to see this TV show in as a video game, because I don't know where. Well, I'm going to propose a mechanic, a gameplay mechanic, but I don't know if it will fit well in the game. But I would say a game in the Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul universe.
Okay.
Okay, and the key thing here, the mechanic thing, I imagine it as a bit of an action in some occasions, but I don't remember now the game. The detective game of from Rockstar.
Yeah.
What was it?
Eleanor. Eleanor.
Eleanor. But I'm not talking about like the face expressions, but this kind of exploring the house, the also like time lapses. I mean, it would be really interesting to play it. I don't know if it would be a really good game.
Okay, but
Answer,
yeah.
you answer, and let me think if I come up with
No,
anything
but
else.
okay, but it was like about the terror game. Okay, just
Es que
so yeah.
terror.
Okay.
Es que the thing is, I think that there are the terror genre is so it's been so used. There are so many options, so many things that I think that to create
Okay, okay. I'll
I
let you
wouldn't
think
say
about it.
I wouldn't say, yeah.
Okay.
What about you? What do you think? Do you think there is a universe or a movie or book?
Um, there is a book. Well, it's a book and a TV show that I liked. Um, so the book is by Guillermo del Toro, or Guillermo del Toro, as we say in Spanish. Um, the TV show is called The Strain.
Oh, I know it. Netflix, right? Oh, no,
Originally I don't think it was Netflix, but I don't know
no,
where
but
where
where,
it.
where, where, where can you watch it? This trailer. You keep.
Oh, I have no idea. I watched it like 4 or 5 years ago
Yeah, but I
online.
know.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I know it. I know. I think I
And
I, I I
so
also watched the first season. I think.
yeah,
Disney Plus. It's in Disney Plus.
okay, fair enough. Which is kind of weird, by the way, because it's kind of well, I'm not going to say gore, but it's terror. I
Yes.
mean, it doesn't fit with Disney.
Yeah.
In any case, um, I think it would make a good video game. It's a setting, let's say, the idea of how the undead are created and all that. It could really not even the same story as the TV series or the books follow, but the how the parasite that leads to this infection works, and the effects that it has and different types of people it creates. I think it could make a good horror
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. I agree. That's a good example,
Mhm.
actually.
Um, it-
My if you want, this will be the last question, and then let's introduce you to your section. Let's introduce
Fair enough.
our
Fair
viewers
enough.
to the section. Um, and I believe this is going to be also a difficult question, so be prepared for it.
Hmm.
Would you like to make a video game? I
Okay.
told you.
I would.
I told
I
you.
I would like to be part of the team that creates a video game, but I wouldn't like to be the person developing the game itself. I would like to be the person that has the good ideas, the maybe some gameplay things that can be done, the story that can be. Or the plot of the game, but I wouldn't like to be the one actually hitting the keyboard and creating all this mambo jumbo of programming.
I agree. I agree.
Mhm.
Um, I also agree that I would love actually to be part of the game. Obviously, since my knowledge, I would like to be the creative, but not designing, so not art, not programming, but like these ideas. But I would love to be part of a development team, but since I know me, I would say that it's more probable that I would do my game, doing almost everything, and obviously hire the services of from someone. No, but I think for me it's more probable that I would do it all by myself.
Mhm, mhm. It's curious because it's not the exact same question that I had, but I had a question that was along these lines.
Oh,
It's not
oh,
not the exact same question, but yeah.
ask, make it. Ask the question,
Okay.
and if anyone you can start with
Yeah.
Undertale.
I mean, yeah. As I said, it's kind of similar. Which video game would you have liked to be a part of, either to change something about it or just to being a part of it?
Because you feel that is awesome, the game, and you would like to feel
Yeah,
proud.
because either you like it and you think something could have been a bit different, or because you just wanted to be a part of this amazing process.
I have the answers. I have the answer. Sorry, and
Okay.
it's because I would say. I mean, maybe someone would say Call of Duty or Last of Us or Rockstar, right? Because these are like huge enterprises, and me, I mean, I'm not going to say otherwise, but I believe it would be really interesting to know or to watch or to be there to see how they work, how they do it. But in a realistic way, I would say that I would like being part of Hotline Miami
Oh,
because I
cool.
think that that is a game that I could make. I mean, I'm talking technically. I mean, I know I had
Hmm.
to do to learn a lot and to try a lot, but I think that it's an approachable game,
Hmm.
and I love that game. And even though we would say artificially that it's a simple game, I think that the chorus is like really good. I mean, the main idea is. I loved it. I loved it the moment I played it, and also like everything around it, the music, the sound, well, obviously not the soundtrack, but also like the story, the graphics, the color. I love to be part of it, and if I would like to change something in it, I wouldn't think so. You know, in my opinion, or at least for me, it's really difficult to say, yes, I would like to change this aspect of this video game because once you have created something all by yourself, you understand that sometimes when you change a slight thing, then something else has to change also too, and then pa 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 ta 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 yada yada yada, right? It's not, sometimes it's not just that easy as to change one thing. So sometimes for me the game is like a whole, and if you in and you like it or you don't like it, but in order, but if you change it, then it's for me it's like a tricky answer. You know,
Hmm.
it's, I wouldn't agree that it's so easy to just say I would change that thing. What
Hmm.
about you? What
Yeah,
do
I
you think?
understand. There are many games which I would have loved to be part of it, just to being part of the process. Um, there are a couple of games. One is not even created yet, but if it happens, I would love to be part of the team, because I think there are some things that they are not going to do exactly the way I would like them to be. So the game itself is one that I think I've told you sometimes about. Is Dragon's Dogma. Uh,
Yes, you talking about it.
so the what? Sorry,
Yes, you told me about the Dragon's Dama, but I thought you were going to say that this the one that is going to be released soon.
the what?
The one
Which
that you
one?
said that you wanted to.
To
You
kickstart?
yeah.
No, no, no. I don't know that much about those kind of games to be able to give fresh ideas or good ideas. But the Dragon's Dogma game, made by Capcom, by the way, which I think the other day you made a question about if Capcom did anything apart from fighting games, which they do. Um, it's a very good game. The gameplay is neat. It's very, very good. The story, well, there are things that definitely could be changed. There are some things that are very weird. But when it comes to Dragon's Dogma 2, if it ever happens, which we are not sure about, there are some things that I am almost 100% sure they are not going to make the way I would like it to be. So instead of go deep into the mechanics that they created in the first one, and you know give you more options, more different kind of play styles, which they created some in the first one. I think they're not going to give you that more many options,
Mhm.
and they're going to focus on the things that worked on the first one, but probably they are not going to mm, experiment too much. And I think they should experiment because the having the core mechanics that it has, it can improve a lot if you try things out a bit with those mechanics.
Good, nice,
So
nice.
that would be it.
So you have a game in mind that you want to talk about?
Yeah,
Undertale, if I'm correct?
you are absolutely correct. Now, I've been going over this, like how should I talk about it? The other day in the Spanish version of this, which, by the way, if you do know Spanish, I urge you to look at it, because it's
Yes,
really good,
please.
and I'm even sexier in Spanish. I kind of went through an introduction asking you and Fabio about what the RPG genre is.
Mhm.
It kind of went well, by the way. I think I was happy with the result. But well, today Fabio's not here, who is much more experienced when it comes to RPGs, and I also kind of know the answer that you're going to give me. So I'm going to ask you based on the on what we have known since then about RPGs, what your idea of an RPG is, but I also want to know what you like or don't like, or both of them, about RPGs. So, what is an RPG for you, and what you like and don't like about RPGs?
For me, an RPG is well, we were discussing this. It's like
Hmm.
we can I can affirm that it's a genre, right?
Hmm.
A
Hmm.
genre that is really it's a really important genre because I believe that RPG is like when we're talking about gaining experience points. For
Hmm.
example, in Dying Light, I mentioned that in Dying Light you gained combat and parkour experience points.
Hmm.
And in the more points you get, then you can get one ability, two, three, four, and then you
Hmm.
can like complete a skill tree. I understand that the games that are more RPG that they belong more to the genre are the
Hmm.
ones that the skill tree is more varied, more it's bigger, right?
Hmm.
And that way, I believe that RPG their main purpose is to try to create your own experience. Exactly, like they want you to enjoy. They want you to enjoy the game, but the way you want it. So if you, for example, I understand that the most common thing in RPG is like the fantasy, medieval. So I understand that, for example, in the common skill tree would be with the ability of magic, combat, charisma. For example, charisma, I would say that is a factor that is many times included in RPG games, the
Hmm.
charisma
Yeah.
factor. For example, in Fallout and Skyrim, I believe it's in it. And for example, so that no charisma, combat, movement, luck. That is something that in RPG it's
I
like a
like.
kind of
Yeah.
interesting, like the
Hmm.
probability to find items or to have good results. That's an important stuff. So yes, and what was the second question?
What you
What I like.
I mean, yeah, since you are not a person that plays a lot of RPGs, I'm guessing there is a reason, right, why you don't like them, or what do you think even are some good points, but still in the end you don't quite like.
I believe I don't have a problem with the genre itself. I mean, I don't
Hmm.
have the problem with the with the statistics and the and experience points, and it's not
Hmm.
anything about this. I must recognize that I get anxious, that I get nervous when I have so many options, because it's like, oh man, how do I start? Charisma, combat. I mean, do I want to kick harder? Do I want to move faster? What do I want?
What do I want?
And
Okay,
the
okay.
thing is,
That's
I
interesting.
also go to the option of in the skill tree to, there is always the skill tree to gain more points. I always go to that because I believe that is the option if you want
Okay.
to go faster to
Hmm.
like gain more points when you kill
Okay.
enemies. No, it's like
Yeah.
that.
So kind of the resource is kind of tree, right?
Yes, yes,
Hmm. Hmm.
and also that when this the luck stuff, no, like the
Hmm.
probability to find useful items during your quest and that kind of things.
Uh-huh.
But
Uh-huh.
what I don't like the, so that's what I like is that it gives players their own adventures, and I
Hmm.
love that. When you personalize, when you custom the experience, I love this because I love it. I think it's a really good point. What I don't like is that predominantly or mainly RPG games are related to fantasy, with medieval, with like magic and this kind of stuff that I don't say that I don't like, but like magic is not something realistic. I mean, I know that in terms of video games, talking about realism is not appropriate, but I don't know. It's like since the laws of magic are subject to the creator, I don't really know what are these laws. So it's like I don't really know what I can do in this kind of games because magic is like it can be
Yeah.
anything.
Too broad of a concept.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So, and also because these kind of setting are not the ones that I
Hmm.
prefer.
Hmm.
For example, then this is like a really good example of how I am. I started, I mean, talking about video games of Bethesda Softworks. I
Hmm.
played Fallout 4, and I believe it has important RPG elements in there.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
an RPG shooter. Yeah.
so, okay. So yeah, but the thing is that the fourth one I think is the less RPG.
Least
The
RPG.
least, yes. I believe the previous one where it had more RPG elements. Um, when I played Fallout 4, I almost spent the whole year playing the game because also it's a huge game, and I loved it. But when I changed from Fallout 4 to Skyrim, that I think that Skyrim got released before Fallout 4, and when I played Skyrim, I realized that both games are, at least in interface and how it works,
Yeah.
kind of similar. I didn't get hooked into Skyrim precisely due to the setting. So I would say that that's my main problem with the
Okay.
genre.
Okay. So your problem with the genre. Let's make an abstract. So it will be first that you don't like it that they give you so many options.
No,
Like
no,
it
no.
kind of.
It's not that I don't like. I understand that it's important there, but I get. I don't know how to say. It's like I don't know what
Yeah, you
option to
get
choose.
anxious, right? You
Yes.
know exactly what to do, where to go, etc.
Yes.
Okay. Um, and the second part, I guess, would be like the setting, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is
Just outside of the Undertale discussion, have you ever tried the Mass Effect saga?
I know the saga, but I don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
I haven't
so
played it. I know that it's a big RPG game, and also there is a lot of dialogues, and the dialogue itself is really important in the game. That's a fact that I
well,
know.
yeah, like in most of the RPGs, the dialogue, it's important. No, but the setting is based on space, and instead of magic, you have kind of technology. So maybe that works better for you.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
it's a space. It reminds me of
So space doesn't work, and medieval ages doesn't work either. So it has to be what, like
zombie.
cowboys
Zombie.
in
It
the
has to
Middle
be
East.
zombie.
Jesus fucking Christ, Eugene. Okay.
No,
Anyway,
but yes, for example, Mass Effect. I would like to try the first one. I would like to play the
it's the one
first.
that I wouldn't recommend you. I would
Really?
tell you to try the second one.
Why? And why would you recommend the first one?
The first one is much more RPG oriented than the second one. The second one is kind of a shooter RPG game. The first one is very RPG.
Okay.
I liked it personally, but you can even see the aging of the system of the mechanics are, you know you're playing an old game,
Hmm.
but when it comes to the second one, you know it's it's so much better. Yeah.
Okay, I will
Um.
follow your
Okay.
advice.
Uh, or not, whatever. Uh, no, but anyway. What is an RPG, right? This is like the first thing that I wanted to point out. Well, what you said is very correct, right? That you have this kind of points, and you kind of create your own. Well, it can be either your own experience, or at least in many cases, it can be your own gameplay. The story itself for many RPGs is go from point A to point B. In between, well, there is a lot of bullshit that you can do, and that it gets you experience, and it gets you equipment. Maybe you can get new partners into the story, but in general, obviously, there are too many types of RPG out there. The story doesn't change from the fact that you choose to, for example, flee from a random encounter. That doesn't really change anything. It's a random encounter. If you want, you can kill him. If you don't want to kill him, well, you can flee. Or if you massacre an entire civilization because they looked you with a bad eye, and you're like, yeah, I don't like your face. I'm going to kill every last fucker of your race. You're a racist, or you're an asshole. It doesn't really matter in most of the RPG genre. Okay, in some of them they do. um, so there was a person who was born in 1991, whose name was Toby Fox, that felt that this idea of killing everything basically in your path um, was kind of not an idea that he liked. So he kind of wanted there to be either a repercussion in the story, or at least how other characters treated you, like the dialogues that they had to you. They might be colder if you killed a lot of people. Like if you're bathed in blood and you are like, "Hey, how are you?" Maybe they look at you like, "Jesus Christ, what happened?" Instead of just, "Hey, what's up?" Um, so he kind of wanted that these interconnections between the characters to change based on the people that you killed or helped. And so this was the first idea of the game, which is not innovative, I must say. There are many games in which this happens, but it's the other idea that kind of well, the combination of these two ideas that kind of created the whole context of the game, which is that he wanted to befriend enemies. He wanted to be friends of the monsters in general, or at least be able to do it, and especially of the final bosses, which in many cases he felt like they were just part of a plot in which they had no real fault. Maybe they were lied to, or basically he wanted to be able to be friend of those people. And so this is kind of the two main ideas of the game that I'm going to talk to you about, which is called Undertale. So well, first I want to give you the definition of Undertale. What's Undertale? Well, Undertale is a video game. Obviously, this is not a channel about the news, right? This is a video game.
It can be.
Uh, it could be, I guess, but it's not. I think that's not the point of this channel. So it was created through a Kickstarter campaign. In 2015, it was like the first announcement. It was a bit of a teaser trailer about well, these mechanics and being able to be a friend of your enemies. The development went from 2012 to 2015. Originally, the goal, the set goal for the game was $5,000. In the end, the final amount of money that was received through Kickstarter before it was released was of $50,000. So more than 10 times what they asked for. The game itself was mainly developed by Toby Fox, the soundtrack as well, but the visual part of it, he had the help of a friend of his, who is called Temi Chang. And basically between those two people and well, some of the designs of people from the Kickstarter campaign, they created the whole thing, right? The music, the gameplay, the artwork, the setting, everything, absolutely everything. So let's talk about Toby Fox. Who is Toby Fox? So Toby Fox is, as I said earlier, a person, a guy, obviously, who was
A
born in New
male guy.
Hampshire, in a male guy. Yeah, and I don't want to talk too much more about that because I can get in trouble because I am uh, 32 already, and I don't know too much about sexuality and all this stuff. Anyway, 1991, New Hampshire, city of Manchester. He was born in a family. I don't know, a couple of brothers, I believe, two or three. And so, well, his first experience with video games um, was at the age of 4. At the age of 4, his first video game would change completely how he saw the world, and it gave him the first hobby that he would follow up to this date, which is video games. And the game was called Earthbound. Now, many of you might know the game if you are an RPG enthusiast, but some of you might not. So the Earthbound series is, well, I think it's, I'm saying series, but I think it's just one game. Um, it was launched in the 90s, um, and well, it's a game that visually and some of the mechanics might remind you of this Undertale, the game that Toei ended up creating. And so this game he started playing it when he was 4. Obviously the console wasn't his, was one of his brothers. But just so you understand, this is the first time he plays a video game. It's an RPG. There's a lot of dialogue, a lot of characters, a lot of different expressions, and so this was very intimate experience for him, not just because it was his first video game, but because it was it was a way for him to better learn the language. It's like reading your first book. Normally, well, for many people, your mother reads you the book, but in this case, for him, he was the one playing it. He didn't have the help of his brothers, and like in the case of Eugenio, whose brother played Resident Evil while he watched it, or the Zelda or whatever. In my case, it happened the same. By the way, in many instances, we had older brothers who play by themselves, and we watch and we like this voyeur kind of stuff. Toby Fox played by himself.
And let
So
me say, it was the first. I mean, they. I understand that our brothers were our first YouTubers, no, future YouTubers. I mean,
yeah, the format, right?
yes,
Indeed,
the
indeed.
thing to
Uh,
watch how somebody plays. I mean,
yeah.
we both started with that.
Yeah, and later on, in case of many families out there, when they see their children watching a streaming, and the father is like, "But if you like video games, why do you watch him play video games?" And he's like, "Well, because it's fun." So it's kind of like that. I didn't have a problem understanding that because when I watched my brother play, I kind of liked it, and well, it was for quite a long time like that. Anyway, Toby Fox started playing the game. He started learning the language better, and when he got into high school, he was able to find an RPG forum called FanMaker. No, sorry, Fan Gamer, not FanMaker. What the? But in any case, it was his first contact with people outside of his family who liked the game. And so this was a first very important step for him. Now, in a few years later, he, with his brothers, started playing a bit with the RPG Maker 2000, and he started doing a bit of video games. I guess he never really published any of them, but it was a first try, a first glance at what these developing tools, easy developing tools, at least what it seemed, could do for a person that didn't really know too much about development. And so some years later, he created his first mod for Earthbound. I believe he created several, but the one that stood out the most and people still play to this day, that they think is very great, is the Halloween special. So yeah, the gaming community of Earthbound really said it was a really cool mod. In high school, also there's one thing which is pretty important for the story of Toby Fox, which is that he learned to play the trumpet and the piano.
Mhm.
Okay, so the concept of the game, right? We have at the beginning it was kind of an introduction to what is the concept of the game, but now I'm going to get into a few more key points of it. The first one, as we have already said, killing for the sake of it, for the fun of it, might not be so fun for many people. And he wanted to be able to befriend the enemies. Now, if you have played Eugenio, if you have played any turn-based RPG system, well, at the beginning, it might be slightly fun, I guess. Then,
What system did you
yeah,
say?
turn-based combat.
Are you going to explain it? I don't know if I can imagine it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, turn-based combat is basically instead of an action thing where you press a button and you immediately are attacking,
Mhm.
you the game kind of stops and says, "Okay, what do you want to do? Action, attack. I'm going to use an item, or I'm going to go for defense." That's a turn-based combat.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'm guessing you have played some of them. I'm not completely
So
sure.
I understand it.
Uh,
It's like Pokemon, for example.
yeah, for example, yeah, that's a turn-based combat. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm. Okay.
So
So
I thought it would be like you, but I understood that like you can choose between, for example, I mean, with these enemies, like you can fight them, but you can also speak to them if you want.
yeah,
So
yeah,
it's not like Pokemon that you have. It's always attacking. It's like you can choose.
yeah, there are other options. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but the idea itself is a turn-based combat. I mean, it's the game stops and tells you, okay, what do you want to do? And in some senses, well, you want to attack, and in others, you want to use an item. You want to flee the combat. You want to talk to the guy. In the case of this game, but it's true that in many video games, the option of talking
Hmm.
is not really an option. It's like,
Yes.
okay, you have this guy in front of you. What do you want to do? I want to beat the crap out of him. Okay, you can do that. Let's go. But there
But
is not a
not
part where,
tell him nothing, anything,
yeah,
not a word.
normally there isn't a part where you are like, oh, what up, man? What's your name? Oh, my name is, I don't know, a basilisk. Oh, I see you have some beautiful eyes. Okay, no one ever told me that. Oh, maybe we can be friends. Okay, let's be friends. That's something that, I mean, obviously there are some games that you can do this, um, but it's not very often that it happens. And so turn-based combat in general, okay, some of them have a kind of a different mechanic that makes it a bit more fresh, but it's true that over time, if you play turn-based combat for a long time, or you just start playing a new turn-based combat, they all feel kind of similar. You have well, these kind of actions like attacking. If there is a monster or a person, whatever that you are combating with, um, and he's maybe the what's it called? Um, he has a special effect if you do lining, for example. If you throw lining one or lining two or lining three to that person, to that monster, or whatever, it is. I don't even know the name, the word in Spanish, but anyway, it's more effective, right? Like in Pokemon, it's very effective, or it's not very effective, or it didn't do anything at all. That's it allows you to learn about this enemy, and if the first time you do a physical attack it does nothing, well, basically you start doing something else. But if not, it's just attack, 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 attack. Oh, it doesn't work like that for this enemy. Okay, I'm going to change a bit the tactic. But in general, it's true that turn-based combat might not be the most exciting of the RPG genres, or genres in general. Okay.
I think that this turn-based
Combat.
mechanics, I believe, is more. It gives the game more a reflexive way, more like. Um, I believe it's easier to get beaten. So I mean to get to lost against your enemy, because maybe you can think it more instead of just attacking in a normal, like like the action or hack and slash games, or no, isn't it the same?
Mm, like you're saying that
It's more
maybe in
difficult to
turn-based
die
combat
or to lose.
it's more difficult to die. It kind of depends on the game, but it's true that in general, games that are based on turn-based combat in which you die a lot are very frustrating because well, to be honest, most of the time it's not even about the tactic. It's that you don't have level enough for you to kill him. So you have to, okay, let's forget about the story. Let's forget about the princess. Let's forget about the nukes that are coming to Earth. I have to farm levels. So basically, you just go out for like 2 days and killing fucking slimes and I got a whatever a staff of power. Now I can finally go and beat the wolf that is in the middle of the way, and then you kill the wolf, and then you're like, oh, I'm so great. Now I'm going to beat every monster in the game. And like 5 minutes later, oh shit, they beat the crap out of me again. I have to stop and farm again. This is unbelievable. So
Yes, yes, I understand.
um
I mean, I metaphorically speaking, I understand that is like, okay, if you get into combats more often, so you get experience. So it's like you can beat enemies with higher levels. No, it's like metaphorically speaking. I mean, but yes, the usual thing is like, oh, I'm level 5, he's level or she's level 10, he's going to beat me out of it, but I just have to get higher to that level, and then I will be able. So yes, it's like a simple way maybe, or I wouldn't say a simple way. It's
normally
really
it's a
common.
way to it's normally one of the main reasons why they, especially in the early years of RPG nowadays, well, JRPGs that are based on turn combat, or even JRPGs in general, are still very fond of this I have to farm mechanic. In the early days, this mechanic was created so that the game would be longer, so that instead of
Yes.
maybe a 20-hour game, just with 20 hour of content, you would spend 120 hours because you had to stop, you had to farm, you have to look for all the secrets for you to be prepared for that kind of combat. Now I understand that the leveling system kind of works in general, but it's true that when, for example, you are, let's say, seven levels below a monster or even a boss, um, I kind of feel that if it is a good turn-based RPG game,
Hmm.
you should be able to uh, go across this obstacle or kill the monster or whatever by tactic. Like you have time enough for you to think, okay, he has maybe every 3 turns I have to hit him once because the kind of cast that he's doing it stops, and then I can kind of, without being so strong that it feels like, like you're beating the crap out of someone. It's kind of okay, I'm seven low levels behind him, but since I know the mechanics, I know the game, I know that through this tactic I can still beat them. The
Hmm.
problem is when just being maybe five levels below the monster that you want to kill, your attacks are basically like nothing, and that's one of the problems of these RPGs come.
Hmm.
Anyway, let's continue a bit. So the as I said, befriending enemies, good. Now, influence about this, the Megami Tensei series, in which you could befriend the enemy, but he thought that first the enemies didn't have too much personality, so they felt kind of bland. If you talked with them with this or the other one, they kind of felt the same, so there was not too much variety to talk about them. Um, the other thing is that if you gave the wrong response, the only way left was to kill them, which is kind of a bummer. I mean, if you have sympathized for this enemy, it's like, okay, so I didn't told you that I wanted to give you a Coca-Cola, I was a Fanta, so now I guess I have to kill you. Okay, that's weird. That's weird, and it's weird. So in the game, there are apart from final bosses, there are over 30 monsters. Every one of them with a different kind of personality, and it makes it so that every time you encounter a new one, well, you have to kind of figure out what their deal is. If they want to be encouraged, or if they want to just be left alone, or if you have to cheer them up, you have to tell them a joke, you have to help them with their homework, whatever it has, whatever you have to do. Um, Now let's talk about the gameplay itself. So one thing is obviously what I just said, but one other point that is quite important in the game is that Toby, apart from these reasons that I said, that the turn-based combat can feel a bit stagnant over time, and it, like, not very engaging, he thought of a way to make it more engaging. How that was? Well, if you have been paying attention to the video that is being shown in Twitch, in case you can do it, well, I'm going to try to explain to you. Um, this is about the bullet hole, sorry, bullet hole, bullet hell, not bullet hole, bullet hell genre. So in this genre, basically you pilot a ship through space, or maybe it's just a plane or whatever, but it's basically through the sky normally. And there's a lot of enemies that are throwing stuff at you, they're shooting at you. There is asteroids that maybe pop in the middle of the screen, and you have to quickly deal with them to be able to go across the asteroid. And well, at the end of the stage, either you just go to another stage or you kill the final boss or whatever. And it's a game genre that he personally liked a lot. I Well, that's okay with me. You know, I haven't played too much of it. I think it's kind of boring after some time. But he wanted the core idea of having a more engaging combat through this system. So when you get into an encounter, be it the boss, be it a random encounter, and whatever you do, like, if you, unless you immediately run away, you for example, you do an action. Okay, I want to tell him a joke. You tell him the joke. Either the joke was very bad or was very good, or he didn't like it, or whatever. The thing is that you go through this bullet hell immediately. This bullet hell, depending
How
on
how
the
how do you say it? Ballet?
bullet hell,
Ah, bullet hell. Like
infierno, balas infierno, bullet hell.
so, it's if I understand well, it's like this square thing, right?
No, I mean, in the game, that's how it's portrayed, but in the genre, it's like
Ah,
a
okay.
big stage, right? And you
Hmm.
have like the ship around here, and then you start pew, 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 pew,
Yes,
pew, pew, pew,
yes.
pew,
Okay,
and you
okay.
start, yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
Bullet
Right,
hell.
bullet hell. That's
Interesting concept.
yeah. And so you go through it no matter what, because he wanted a more engaging experience. He didn't just want it to be, okay, attack, 48 damage points. Okay, now what? Oh, he hits you for 25 damage points. And then, it kind of goes back and forth, which is kind of what happens in these kind of games. So, in this game, in Undertale, you can avoid all the damage if you are skilled enough, or you have reflexes enough for you to dodge all the different stuff that pops in the middle of the screen. The harder the encounter is, the longer this bullet hell goes. So, for example, in these cases, if you're seeing if you're watching the in Twitch or in YouTube or whatever, you will see that these combats, these small mini combats, they last like 3 seconds, about that, 3 4 seconds. Well, in the bosses, it can go on for 10, 15, 20, 30 seconds, depends. Um, and yeah, the style itself is not comparable. The difficulty is not comparable to the bullet hell genre,
Hmm.
but it's kind of, it's sometimes it's a bit tougher, but you have items to regain life, and so you kind of learn through the patterns of this combat. And so he made a game that it was not as hard as bullet hell, but it was a fair experience for anyone that wanted to try it. So if you are a new gamer or a accomplished gamer, you kind of have fun with it. It doesn't really matter that much. It is true that some of the combats, especially in one of the, let's say, roots of the game, the final boss, kind of, it's quite tough, to be honest, quite very tough. But in general, I've played the game like 3 times already, and I had trouble with, let's say, 4, maybe 5 encounters in the whole game throughout like about 15 hours. So, well, I mean, it's hard, but it's fair. You kind of learn from it. I think it's kind of fun. Okay.
I have a
Now,
question. Maybe it's a stupid one, but is it possible to talk with this final boss out of the idea of fighting and winning in that way? I mean,
okay,
is it? Yeah.
I am going to try to not do any spoilers. You get into the combat state, let's
Mhm.
say, and then depending on what you do, you might be able to kind of, I mean, not going to say talk them out of it, but kind of, yeah, get you out of that situation. And I don't want to be any more specific than
Okay.
that.
No, I asked because in before you mentioned like you even can joke with the enemies, and
Yeah, you
in
can.
depending
Yeah.
on the answer of the enemy,
Mhm.
you have a reaction. I mean, you can.
Yeah, and maybe they don't like jokes, and they're like, "Oh, fuck off," and then they hit you.
Yeah, but it's
But some of them they do.
interesting that you can joke. You can say a joke to an enemy. It's
Yeah,
interesting
yeah.
way of doing it.
Mm. Okay. So very well. I'm not going to say very briefly because there is actually quite some stuff that there's a missing. I don't know how am I doing with the time, uh, more or less.
It's good, but I don't know if you have.
Okay. Okay. No, there's still quite some stuff that I have to explain. So there is one that I'm going to completely forget about,
Okay,
but there are things that I really need to talk about.
okay.
Well, the story. There's two worlds divided between the human world, the monster world. The character who is a boy, he's basically strolling around a mountain or something like that, and he falls down a hole, and he ends up in the monster realm. Now, the his way of experiencing this world, this new world, this monster world, it goes the same for him as for you because it's the first time that you see it. There is not too much information about it, what's happened there. So the character and yourself learn about the world as you go along and talk with different characters and learn, read different books. There isn't too much information, like you don't have to look too hard to find information. But yeah, you have to kind of look a bit for it. And so you would kind of create a vision of the world. It's still not in the first game, but you're not going to be able to understand the whole thing. But it is important that you look for the information a bit. The character doesn't have a voice. In some cases, some people don't really like that. But it depends on the game. In my case, and what I think the idea of Toby was, is that the character doesn't have a voice, and so you kind of create his personality through the lines that you have with different characters, the choices that you make. And so it's not a character that is very well defined through the gameplay, and you kind of get to know the character through the gameplay, but you kind of get to know yourself through the gameplay, through the decisions that you make. And well, I think that's a fair and interesting idea. The visual style, as you can see in the gameplay, is very simple. Most of the sprites of the characters and the monsters in the combat encounters are created with paint. Now, Toby Fox is not very good at painting, and he wanted to be able to create his characters. So basically, what he did was, I'm going to use a simple tool to be able to do this. And also, it gave him the possibility to ask the some of the people that collaborated in the Kickstarter campaign to send him models of different characters that ended up being in the video game. Um, Also, why is this important? Because the comedic effect, sorry, comedic effect, so the comedy in the game is strong. And the one thing that he understood is that the more realistic you create a game, a video game, graphically, visually, the harder it's going to be to create a comedy effect. So, for example, if you think about video games such as Final Fantasy VII, The remake is great. I'm not going to say otherwise, but it's true that the some of the comedy scenes from the first one, from this original game, were so much stronger than it's going to be in the remake. For example, the time where you visit a certain character and you have to dress up as a girl, and well, originally you had to go through a lot of items to be able for him to choose you. So normally he would choose the other two, but if you went through several side quests, you could get the best like the best, let's say, outfits. I'm
Hmm.
not going to get into too much specifics, but if you got the best outfit, he would choose you instead of the other two, and so you would get into his room. And so once you are in his room, there are several things that you can do. The more you go on with the charada, the act of being a girl, the weirder and harder and hornier it gets. So at some point, you can even, kind of give him a kiss in the cheek. And so the character that so far is like, oh, I'm a soldier, I am so tough, I am so strong. Um, Suddenly, you are giving a kiss in the cheek of a fat, weird guy. In the remake, he chooses you, whatever you do, and then you get into that scene. But it's true that there is no choice, right? You are Cloud, and you are strong, and you are tough, and you're going to beat the crap out of this guy. And in the original version, this thing can happen, right? So this graphics, this visual style, allows you to create these situations much more easily. Um, yeah, visually charismatic characters that you can empathize with, that area. Now, what makes it so special, the game? Well, obviously the concept, being able to befriend your enemies, the gameplay through the bullet hole, a more engaging gameplay, um, the what's it called, the risks that it took, right? 2015 is not precisely the year to show you
Totally.
this kind of game, right? It's visually unappealing, to be honest. You just see this small sprite moving around through a series of rooms, hitting people, whatever. Yeah, but it's not very appealing to the eye. And so the risk that it took is that he wanted to create something old school with a different approach, and he did it, and it worked.
Hmm.
Especially, it worked very well in the Japanese market, but it had to wait at least another 3 hours. Hours, years after release to be able to get to the Japanese market. You can play this game several times because there are different endings. And different ways to play the game, to be honest. So there is a big plus on that. The game itself, the first playthrough might be like a bit below 4 hours. The second one, maybe you know the game better, so maybe it takes you three, and then the next one maybe a bit more. But still, it's a short game. For being an RPG, RPGs are known to be long games.
Hmm.
It's a very short one.
Yeah, but
Which,
correct me if
yeah,
I'm wrong. Maybe this, maybe Undertale focuses on also on the story, on the. No, I don't. I haven't played the game, so I don't really know. But not the story, but the focuses more on the interactions from the character to the other characters. Maybe
yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
the
I mean,
reason why it gets shorter. Maybe because too much of that maybe it would be boring.
Uh, well, I think that he wanted to keep the story short for you to be able to play it several times. For example, one of the games that we talked about the other day, which I think even today I talked about, was Chrono Trigger.
Hmm.
Do you know
Hmm.
yeah? Okay, so that game, the reason why it's so good, well, one of the reasons, obviously there are many, but one of the things that made it stood out is that it was one of the first RPGs that, well, the game itself was like 16 hours, more or less, but then you had Game Plus.
Hmm.
So there was the option to play it again. And the way the ending and many other things changed made you want to play again. So if you play an RPG that is turn-based combat, and you play it for 120 hours, you're not going to play it again immediately. You're going to be okay. I'm going to take a break, maybe in 6 months, maybe in 2 years, maybe in 6 years, or whatever. I'm going to play it again. But if you have a short game that gives you something a bit different, you're going to be wanting to try it again in a different way. You're going to try and give different answers. You're going to try and have a different route, a different path. And so this, I think, is one of the reasons behind it. They wanted for you to finish the game and be like, oh, yeah, I want to play it again. Oh, finish it again. Oh, I want to play it again because it's short. If it's long, yeah, this is what happened with the Assassin's Creed saga. The Assassin's Creed Origins, once you finally finish the game, you're like, yeah, I don't want to ever see you again. I've been playing this game for 300 hours. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. But if you play for 4 hours and then another four, you still are like, okay, maybe there's still stuff that I haven't seen. Obviously, in the long run, maybe you prefer 300 hours over uh, uh, for I don't know 16 hours split in three. But the truth is that in the end, you have a much better taste for the game. And even if you were to play it again randomly, it's like, oh yeah, why not? I'm going to play because in 3 hours I'm going to finish it.
I would
Okay.
say, I mean, I didn't want to interrupt you, but since you have
Yeah.
stopped there, I would say that I prefer games of 2 hours, so 2 hours long games, than
Hmm.
300 hours,
Yeah. Yeah.
honestly.
I mean, it depends on the game, but it's true that many times we prefer shorter games that we can play it several times instead of one game that is so freaking long that you just don't want to know anything more about it. Because after you finish Undertale, you're like, oh my god, I have so many things to say about this game. I have to tell people about how good it is in so many ways. If you finish after 350 hours a game, you're like, okay, yeah, it's good, but it's too long. I mean, I'm exhausted just by thinking about it. Okay, and so and also the story, the plot, is going to be much better because it doesn't have time to fuck up, to screw up the point, right? If you go through a story of 300 hours, there's going to be bad things about it for sure because it's almost impossible especially through shorter periods of developing because the more the years go companies don't want to wait 5 years for its game to be out. They want 1 2 years and then let's go. And so the story, the plot normally tends to be worse, right? There's always some idea, some side quest that you're like, again, I'm picking tomatoes for the fucking ill lady. Again, tomatoes, really? I mean, don't I have better things to do? No, you have to go and oh please, my chickens are gone abroad. I really need someone for help. Jesus Christ, again the chickens. Come on, lady. So yeah. Anyway, things that are great about the game. The soundtrack. Soundtrack is spot on. It touches several music genres such as dubstep. It goes to musical classical music. It goes through rock. It goes through metal. It goes through folk.
Wow.
Um, it goes through several genres in the music area, and I think it's great. And he does an absolute banger job about them. Uh, there are several covers about it in metal, in classic, in lofi. There are so many, and so most of them are absolutely great because the original material is absolutely gorgeous. Now, I'm
And
not going to go through. Yeah,
did he create all of the music?
I think he did. Yes.
But in different genres, really. I mean, he
Yeah.
did knew how to do classical music, dubstep music. Wow.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is one of the things that really stood out because if you like music in general, there's going to be a space for in your heart for this game because it's absolutely crazy. And if you are like, yeah, maybe I just like metal, there's at least three pieces that you're going to like. If you like dubstep, well, there is one. You like a jazz kind of blues kind of thing. There are at least two or three that go that way. So yeah, if you like music in general, but if you like any kind of music and you are an enthusiast about it, there's going to be at least one music track that is going to be amazing for you.
Wow.
Now, just as a very brief comment, 2015, the year that it was released on Steam, the game landed on the spot 12 on copies sold. Okay, this is the year of GTA 5, which was obviously in the first spot, The Witcher 3 for Steam, and many others. And this game sold over, what was it again? Let me check because I don't want to screw this thing up. It sold over almost 800,000 copies and earned a bit below $4 million. Okay. I'm just going to stop there because I can comment on this for quite some time, but I don't have that time. So, as a last part of this presentation, I want to talk about a few curiosities,
Trivia.
trivia, whatever. Yeah, trivia. The first one, there is a hard mode that you can unlock. Let's say, if you put a different different name for the main character, but it only lasts for about 15-20 minutes until you get to the first boss, let's say. And at that moment, the basically Toby, through the characters, tells you that there's probably not going to be a longer version for this hard game, that he kind of wanted to do it, but then he felt like it wasn't unnecessary, and so basically it's never going to happen. And since 7 years have passed since then and he's working on other projects, this is something that is definitely not going to happen. But still, at the beginning, you can the random encounters are with much harder enemies, which is, well, kind of fun.
And what the specific name you have to put?
I'm not going. I don't have the balls to say that.
But it's also a part of the.
Yeah, it's a part of the story.
Okay.
Yes. Okay,
And,
so
and do
you
you
can-
and do you realize about this? I mean, do you know that when this name is told, you know that this name you can use it in order to have a hard mode?
No, the game doesn't tell you so. But if you once you know the name and you can, it's a very, story wise,
Specific.
it's an important name. Maybe you try to start a new game and then you are like, okay, what happens if I, and suddenly you go into
Oh,
this
okay.
mode. Yeah, it was very bad because the first time that I tried it, because I felt like the game wasn't too hard for me, so I tried on I believe I'm not sure if it was the first try or the second try, but I thought that I was doing something wrong, and so I tried to unlock this mode for like 3 times, and then I checked on the internet. It's like, yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, never mind. But yeah, I wasted like 2.5 hours of my life about this. Anyway, well, lots of fun. Yeah, there is a character in the game which is probably the first real friend, let's say, that you have in the game, which is a mother figure who is called Toriel. Now, if the pronunciation was good enough, you might have thought, oh, Toriel tutorial. Yes, that's right. The name of the character was made for this reason, to first make a comment about how mothers in RPGs uh, are so left out of the story. To be honest, it's like, for example, in Pokemon, it's like, yeah, you are 11 now, and you can go fuck yourself. Go get me some monsters and leave me alone. And I'm going to clean your room. And you're like, why do you clean my room? I'm not going to be here. Just go away, please. Okay. Uh, and basically, if you ever come back, there is no much. I mean, you can come back and maybe he has some items for you, but when it comes to the story, it doesn't really matter, right? So he wanted to kind of make that point that these feminine figures, these mother figures, to have a bit more of an impact in the story. The other point, I don't really care. It's about tutorials not being enough in RPGs, and I still think that there are too many. So in that sense, I don't really. I don't agree with him.
Yeah, and also because it's a huge topic. I mean, tutorials
Yeah,
in video games is.
yeah. Okay, and last thing, with this, I'm done. I'm utterly done with it, and I don't want to talk about Undertale any more. Okay, because after talking about it in 2 languages, I'm not going to talk about it in German or Italian or Japanese or whatever.
French.
Fuck off! I don't want to talk about this anymore. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is that the Japanese translation was very interesting. it was translated into Japanese in 2018.
I
If I
must
am,
say this curiosity, I find it really really interesting.
oh yeah, you do. Okay, that's great. Okay. I never expected it to be that. I mean, I know you are a translator, such as myself, but I didn't expect you to like it so much because you're not too much into Japanese. But I mean, if you think it's interesting, that's absolutely great. I personally, I like it too much.
Yeah, but and I say because it explains why maybe Japanese language is so different from other cultures, from other
Yeah.
not Asian cultures, of course.
Mhm. Okay, so the thing is, in 2018, it was translated to Japanese, and well, there it was kind of a hit as well. It sold, I believe, the first year, knowing what the Japanese market is, it sold above 200,000 copies in Japan, knowing that the year in 2015 across the rest of the world in just in the English language, it sold 800,000. So, well, 25% that year only in Japanese sold
Wow,
sales. Yeah. So
good for Toby.
um, definitely, and they love Toby and the Undertale. They love it there. They created for the 5 year anniversary. They hired well they created together with Toby a demonstration, a show, let's say. Uh, with a symphonic orchestra from Japan, and they created they created a live concert with all the pieces of the soundtrack, which is, by the way, very good. Not just the soundtrack, but I mean this.
Like this version, right?
Yeah, this version. Yeah,
That
but anyway,
orchestral version.
yeah, the orchestral version. Anyway, one of the things that really stood out was the translation, the localization of the translation. And one thing that really stood out for me and for them as well, and I think it's really interesting, is that the pronoun used for one of the characters, specifically Sans, which is the well, one of the main characters, and the first one that comes to mind when you think about Undertale is as like a kind of like a small skeleton with a round head, like a grin on his face. It's kind of nice. Um, the thing is, the pronoun that they use for him is a bit different from the usual pronouns used in Japanese. So, in case you don't know, the pronouns in Japanese are quite important. They give you, like many other words, but specifically pronouns, they give you a taste of the formality that two people have between one another, or even the image that they have of themselves. So, for example, the pronouns are so important that if you say the pronoun you in Japanese in the least formal way possible, the translation to English is well, it can be sucker, or it can be son of a bitch, or it can be many other insults. And so, as you can see, he's just saying you, but really informal, like the lowest way to say it. So yeah, it's like a respectful thing.
I mean,
Um,
I don't want to compare it because I don't know if I want to say something really ugly, but I understand that it's like I would say it's not like less informal. I would say like it's really informal, right? I mean, it's like a way of saying it, like maybe vulgar because if you are using insults,
yeah, it's the it's like the lowest bar of respect towards a person, right? It's like saying you, but you are on the level like below animals,
yeah,
like
it's
other
like
animals. So it's kind of this idea.
yeah, it's like
Yeah,
yo, no,
but worse
but
because
worse even.
in some senses, yeah. I mean, if you say "oh motherfucker" to someone you don't know in the street, he can get pissed. He can tell you, "Go fuck yourself." But in the case of Japan, it's like
It's like respect.
you are not considering him kind of as a human. You're really going there. You're going to
Wow,
the least respectful way to talk to a person. Okay,
and
so
that
that's kind
is
of the thing. Uh,
No, I mean,
Should I say it? Should I
ah,
say it? I'm
yeah,
not
yeah.
sure.
Well,
No, but
it's in
you
Japanese.
can,
I mean,
yeah, it's in Japanese, and you can really hear it in many animes. Okay, this in anime world it happens. It just happens, which is Kisama.
Kisama.
Kisama is I don't know if it's the lowest of them all, but it's definitely one that every time I spoke with my Japanese teacher, it's like, yeah, that you don't want to say that. Okay, fair enough.
And it's
Uh,
is the character that you said I mentioned like this the school guy is the pronoun that he used for the rest of the body of for everybody, or that he used to himself?
okay, wait. The pronoun that
Yes.
okay, the pronoun that I said was the example of the you of being son of a bitch, but it's not the pronoun that he uses.
Ah, okay. But
Okay.
what I mean is, he uses it or people uses.
He uses it for himself.
Ah, okay.
Okay, because the pronoun that he uses is not you, it's I.
Ah,
Okay.
okay.
Sorry if that was confusing, and sorry everyone. No, this was the example that I was trying to exemplify that son of a bitch could be
Hmm.
you in a least formal way. No, the pronoun that he uses is I, but in a very specific way, which is a pronoun I that is used mainly in rural areas. So people from the either the very outskirts of the city or people from the actual fields, people that are brewing, farming,
Hmm.
basically farmers. Um, and so these people that are outside mainly of these big cities or even small cities is one of the pronouns that maybe they feel comfortable using, which is oira. Oira is it's a pronoun that I've in at least in the anime world I've heard it mainly for children who are from the fields, from a rural area, not people from the city. Obviously, in the reality, maybe other apart from children from the rural areas, so other people use it. But I guess it's not very common. Anyway, the thing is that people from that fact they started creating pictures, fan pics of sons wearing like a straw hat and then farming in the fields and all that with his cows and all the different animals typical from the fields. And many other fan pics have appeared from with him and well, obviously making out with many different characters of the game, and well, you know how the fanpics world is. But you can try them. You can find them in DeviantArt and in many other areas. Anyway, great soundtrack. I really recommend it to you. Fresh gameplay, very cool story, charismatic characters, and an experience that I highly recommend you, especially given that well, the price is very good as well. That's it. I don't want to talk about this game anymore. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Go to music. I don't even want to talk to you anymore.
No, but you are going to because we still have one
Yeah.
section left. Thank you very much about this section. I mean, I find it really, really interesting. I mean, for me, the most, I mean, before you mentioned that you wanted to do it quick because you don't want to spend a lot of time explaining a lot of many facts because I'm sure that Undertale, I mean, I'm sure that you've been short of what you can say about the game because there are many things, and even though it's a 4 hour long. One game Undertale because you can play it many different times. I think that it has like a deep lore maybe, and
Mm.
and I know and I think that you have reflected that. So congrats, Dougan. You've done
Great.
it pretty well.
Let's go on with the show, baby.
Yeah. Now let's go to be both of us and we have talked
I'm
about.
exhausted, man.
I know. I mean,
Sorry.
I saw you. I've seen you. You did a pretty good, well job, I must say. Um, but I, when did you play Undertale? When was it?
Last time I played was like 3 4 months ago.
And do you think you? I mean, because you said that it's not just a game that you can play. It's a game that you can play more than once. Do you think you will touch it again in the future?
Actually, the other time, I when you asked me for the video for the stream, I just started playing to show you some footage,
Mhm.
and I was like, well, maybe I can try to finish it again at least a couple of times. So yeah, it's a game that it's easy to revisit. You kind of feel nostalgic about these characters that you haven't seen for a while.
Nice, nice. Cool. Actually, I remember. Well, yesterday we were discussing about what we are going to do with today with the English podcast, and you mentioned something that is really interesting, and that is that the first game that we discussed is a game that I played, but you haven't. Undertale is a game that you've played, but I haven't, and I must say, as many games, is one of the games that I want to play, and and now I feel more eager to play it since you've explained it that well. But I think that it received good publicity thanks to newspapers and magazines. I don't know if I think that this project was one of the most successful projects in Kickstarter, if I'm not wrong.
Well, when
In
it
the
comes
beginning, I
to
think.
yeah,
In the
when it
beginning
comes
of
to
Kickstarter.
the money that they asked for, the money that they finally got, when we're talking about percentages, of course, it's absolutely crazy. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it was like what, like 1,000, no, like 500.
1012%
Wow.
more
No.
than they asked
And
for. Yeah.
what I wonder is how it did it go, how it did it get so famous? What was it? How I don't know if it
I
was the right
think
connections. I don't know.
yeah, no, I think it got famous because mainly the some of the characters, but I think specifically the song Megalovania and some others from the soundtrack started being used in different memes,
Mhm.
and it kind of got popular on itself. And then Megalovania, Sans, and I didn't even know how the main character was, but I knew some of the other characters. And I just guess that the internet culture kind of spread it out because they saw it was a very cool project, and someone liked it, and then my friend, oh, I started using memes with it, and then some images, and then some fan pics. And when you want to when you want to see what happened, suddenly millions of people know this stuff, right? That's the magic of the internet.
Yes. Yes, and I think that games are the industry that better promote indie developers. Indie
Yeah,
developers like small
yeah,
teams,
no,
small teams,
absolutely. I mean,
and
when you hear about indie movies, like, not you don't hear about them except for, oh, the Festival of Cannes. Okay, yeah, but no one saw that.
yeah. But I think that maybe I know we are comparing it a lot with movies, but I think it's like they're like disputing that
Mm,
range, right? So,
mhm.
but the thing is, I believe that maybe in movies and TV shows, it's this figure like the producers that they bet on your project and they say, I think it's good that. But I believe with indie games, it's like you need more than just
Yeah.
one person. I mean, it's just not only about money too. It's also about infrastructure. I mean, it's like
Mhm.
advertising because okay, maybe your game. I mean, you mentioned before, maybe your game is really good, but if nobody knows that it exists,
Mm.
how okay, maybe in the future, maybe in the future it will get famous, but that time that needs to get spread throughout the game players, right? It's like you indie games really need sometimes some backup, or even now, I mean, like Undertale is just made it's just made by one person with the help of
Mhm.
somebody else. But one question, I mean, it's like how do you promote it? So it's like I don't know any other industry that like I know that it can be misinterpreted what I'm going to say, but that like they take care of each other, like in this industry,
Mhm.
and that is, for example, the case of the game that I want to talk. And please, I want you to participate here because that is the difference between the two previous games that we discussed. That is that Unravel, the game that I'm going to talk next, is a game that we've played both of us. And even the second game, we haven't finished it, but we played it at the same time because it's like co-op. I mean, you can play it solo, but
No,
it's
it
cooler.
doesn't really work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So please interrupt me anytime you want, because I know maybe in terms of opinion, I think that maybe you have more shaped opinion about Undertale than me. So please.
Undertale, no, Unravel.
I sorry,
Unravel.
Unravel.
About Undertale, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
No, please. So first
But
of
yeah,
all,
sure.
I mean, we were talking about advertising, and maybe you will agree with me that the E3 conference has been one of the best ways to advertise video games in the video games industry. Have you watched it anytime in the past? Because now it's kind
I,
of different.
yeah. So I don't watch it live, but I almost always go for either a YouTube channel, whatever, that kind of makes an abstract or of the best games, or even an abstract of the games as such, like a list. And I watch the trailers or the presentation that I feel more interested about. Like, for example, if there is a teaser trailer about the FIFA 24, yeah, I don't give a fuck. It's always the same, basically. But if it's for example, Greedfall, I believe it was in some E3, and I was like, oh, that actually is interesting. So yeah, I do follow it a bit, not maybe not as much as many others, but yeah.
Yeah, and maybe right now it's like kind of different because since COVID, they
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
changed how, because it's always the same, more or less the same date. I think it's in
Hmm.
June, beginning of June, the first 15 days of
Not
June,
sure.
or the entire month. Right now it's like I understand why they are doing it like they're doing it right now. No, like Sony, they make their own one, Xbox the same, Nintendo, they were the first one that started this, although they always stayed in the E3 conference. But also,
Hmm.
I would say that the E3 conference is like really old. I mean, I think that even Sega, when they were when they had like the Dreamcast and these consoles,
Yeah,
they were presenting them in the E3
yeah.
conference. That
Hmm.
I don't know if it was still called E3, but definitely it was a conference where they could show the games, and even they had. I mean, if I'm correct, I'd say that the purpose of the conference was to attract investors, not to show it to the public, but to yes, to the investors, to show
Yeah,
what
to
they're
get
doing.
money, to get investment. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, sometimes I guess it was like that. Yeah, some other times it was like the different studios kind of showing what they were working about, and then yeah, ultimately sometimes they would get some other investments or people hyped up about a game, and they were like, oh my god, I'm going to pre-buy it.
Yeah, and also, please, because I don't forget, they also use it in order for programmers or in order for people that work in the video game industry to get interested into the project and hire you and hire that programmer or whatever, because they want to show that they're making a game and and that they need people. I want to talk about the E3 of the Electronic Arts Conference at the E3 of 2015. Um, I think I've been doing it everything correctly. Yes. Why? Because just past the first 15 minutes of the Electronic Arts Conference at E3 2015, Unravel was first introduced by former EA Studios Executive Vice President Patrick Sutherland. He talked about, well, he's like he's a man, like a good shape. Well, I'm not going to say anything else, but he looks like good man.
He's a good boy.
Yeah,
He's a
he's a
good
good
boy.
boy. So it's like when you hear him, he talked about the importance of gameplay, because he makes this introduction to the game, right? So he talked about the importance of gameplay, the bond between creators and players, and finally the games he was going to reveal next with his voice. I'm sure that he must he must have like this kind of voice, like yeah, like the first one is unlike anything else you'll see today. Okay, says Sutherland. Okay, a year ago, I went to see this group called Kolbud in northern Sweden. The moment I saw the game they're making, I knew we had to bring it to all of you. It's an experience that is emotional and deeply creative, centered on a tiny character with a huge heart. And, well, please, Patrick, if you are listening to me, I'm not trying to make a joke of you. It's like, you
And
spoiled me, okay?
we're trying to emulate your voice.
Exactly,
It might have gone wrong, but
but it comes out of
we're
the
not
admiration.
professional actors, and, things happen,
Please, it comes from the admiration that I have of you, okay?
Obviously, obviously.
So then, yes, he says, emotional and deeply creative experience center on a tiny character with a huge heart. And then he says, this is Unravel. And then the lights go out, and on the screen appears from the right a small red figure of wool running towards the center. There's a huge tree on the left, of which we can see only the lower part of the trunk, and this little wooden figure, whom we'll call Yarny, throws his own thread up the tree, and after a few tags, he pulls down the game's title, Unravel. As the title sways from side to side, Yarny looks at the camera and waves at us. The lights come back on, and Martin Sallen, creative director of Coldwood, walks out on a stage. So now, it is now when the creative director, terrifyingly happy, shaking his hands, shares with us the three fundamental pillars of the game. But since I must say he does a pretty well presentation here, because he talks about everything that is important everything that I believe is important in the game. But I would like to explain it myself. So first of all, let's start with Martin Sallen. Okay, he is the creative director of the Swedish company Coldwood Interactive, located in northern Sweden, in Umeå. I believe it's called like that. Umeå. The company became known thanks to the wonderful world of Unravel, but they are by no means amateurs in the industry, nor is this their first game. Coldwood was founded in 2003 by 6 colleagues after the video game company they worked for closed down. They received their first publishing deal thanks to a demo. It was called Sky Racing 2005, and it consisted of a sky simulator for consoles and PC. Back then, they didn't care what kind of game they were making, as long as they could work together developing video games. For them, it was the best job in the world, and they had a friendly working environment. So they put out a bunch of little games, most of them snow sports games. What do you think, Asares? I mean, I would love also to be in this kind of environment. I mean, working with friends, developing video games, I find it cool, to be honest.
Yeah, like that first moment when you are able to work in what you like. It's like, no, I don't have to be working at a bank, and you're like, oh, I'm actually creating video games. This is so cool. And you have a small team of people you like and you are kind of friends with, or even friends with. You go out for a beer and then you discuss a bit of the mechanics of the game. I think that's, I'm not going to say like the dream, but it's almost the dream.
Yeah, it's like a really wonderful environment, and it's kind of difficult to say that now it's not. And also for creative people, I understand that gaming development, I mean, must be really hard, but also really satisfying at the end, right?
Yeah.
So over time, a feeling of wanting to do something of their own, like something more personal. So the first attempt came from The Fight, Lights Out, an exclusive PlayStation 3 fighting game that used the PlayStation Move controller, which I believe is Sony's alternative to the Wii controllers. Yes, like any first project, they were not satisfied, also similar like Tegland, but it helped them learn a lot from the experience. In my case, I wouldn't say I wouldn't be interested in this game. What do you think?
Not at all. Not
really.
at all.
But well, for Martin, the experience of this game was an eye-opener. He saw potential, possibilities, but here this is the more important. Maybe this is the origins of Unravel. He also saw a lack of meaning, of depth. Despite all the technical problems that the fighting game reached, despite all the technical problems that the fighting game had, it reached an audience of almost 600,000 people. Which I don't know why, but Martin says that for him, he says it's not like the game standards. I think 600,000 is I would love to have that kind of
Well,
attention.
I guess that he was kind of comparing it to the big
Yes,
ones in the
yes.
industry, right? If you're like, yeah, like Metal Gear or GTA, well, yeah, 600,000 is not too much, but it's true that for a small studio, it's definitely a
Yeah, it's
very good
yes,
amount.
yes. And also, if you compress it with other types of art, definitely it's a really good number.
Yeah.
What would you do? What would you like to tell with an audience of that size, Casares? What would you? I mean, would you feel intimidated by it, or would you really feel more creative? A difficult question, right?
Like, okay, so it depends. If the audience comes, like, if I know that I'm going to have an audience of those many people, it might be kind of a challenge, an extra challenge for me. So I don't want to leave 600,000 people down. I want to let them down. But if they just come, I like to rise to the challenge and say, okay, I want to do a great game and a cool story and see what happens. It's like with this, right? If in the first program we have 600,000 people watching, we are like, yeah, maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Let's see in a couple of years. Um, but
Yes.
if we just get them over time, it's great.
Yeah. Um, well, for Martin, he says they were holding the attention of players for hours, and that is something that every gaming developer wants. But they were telling nothing. Mm, the game had nothing profound or memorable to say in the game. Only a pointless distraction that would keep them busy for a couple of hours. That is a good point. I mean, that's good. Distractions are good. But for Martin, he realized that it's not, for him at least, not enough to go to work and have fun. He wanted to create something that had meaning. And it is in this context that Unravel was born. Also, it is important to mention that in that moment, in 2005, large companies like Ubisoft or Electronic Arts supported or decided to support financially small developers to launch creative and original games. Thanks to the relation that Coldwood and Electronic Arts had before, because they were together in other projects, I guess, I understand. They had a meeting with EA. They had a meeting when a demo of the Red Doll came along. EA loved it. The story, the setting, the character. EA loved everything. They got in love. And it was a project they wanted to get behind. For Coldwood, it wasn't, as I said before, it wasn't just about the money. Rather, it was more about the infrastructure. Coldwood could focus on the artistic and technical side of the game, while EA made the rest. And for them,
But
it's good.
could
Yes.
I? Yeah, sorry, can I interrupt you for a second?
No, no. Tell me.
Um,
I was going to ask you. Do you agree with this?
uh, is no, I was kind of going to ask you, like, for many time, sorry, for a long time, Electronic Arts, well, the big ones, right? Electronic Arts and Ubisoft. Well, Ubisoft started being little, but then it grew up to be a big one. Blizzard, whatever. They kind of, especially Electronic Arts, like after the PS2 era, like when they got into PS3 and all that. I feel like they were there for the money. And when we think about Electronic Arts nowadays, we are generally not inclined to the idea of indie games. We're thinking about the big ones, right? Um, and so for me, it's curious that they decided to go this path. This we're going to finance some indie games, which probably are not going to make as much money as the big ones. And my question here, like your opinion, because probably you don't know, it's because you probably will have to be inside these companies to know, like what led to this change of heart, like what made them say, okay, let's try and find some indie games that really go in a different direction.
Well, I must. Well, in this aspect, it is interesting because this game. I don't remember if it was released in 2016 or 2015. In 2016, it was released in 2016, and in 2016 it was the year where Electronic Arts created like a program inside Electronic Arts to support indie developers. And it was something that even Ubisoft started before. I believe it's a game, I don't remember the name. I think it was like Valkyria War. I mean, I remember that it's like a war and it's an indie game. And I believe it is because they realized that indie games are also a good way. First, you don't really know how much money you can get from an indie game. I mean, I don't know that you said that, but I know that you haven't said that. But what I mean is that considering that maybe, and obviously, Star Wars is going to get more money than Unravel, but Unravel is also going to get a really good amount of it. And also because I understand that what they want also is to reach the maximum audience as possible. And Unravel is a way to have to, as you said, why maybe is the main purpose of why they chose this path. I believe it was due to reputation, because Unravel gives a good reputation for Electronic Arts. Honestly, what company wouldn't want to have Unravel as part of their portfolio? I mean, I think it's not perfect. It's not an original one, but it's definitely a game that you would want to have in your I don't know, like your catalog or portfolio. I don't know how to call it.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I kind of understand. But at the same time, imagine that it went horribly wrong. Would they have stopped trying to get into the indie market? Or do you think that it was their idea, even if it didn't work at the first time?
I think that once you are, I mean, right now, I think that the one that isn't on this path is stupid. I mean, I think that in this industry, not every, I mean, I mean, the reputation is everything. Is really important. So yeah, I couldn't add more to it. I mean, I think I mean, even if it got not as planned as they expected, maybe they wouldn't launch the second one, but definitely they are going to support indie developers in the future, because they don't really know which, for example, Undertale. I mean, I'm sure that the budget wasn't as high, it wasn't high at all. I mean, in comparison to other even indie games, but it can have a repercussion. It can have this spotlight that I know that this kind of companies want. And above all, Electronic Arts, because Electronic Arts in the past, they had some problems with the way they were doing things. I'm thinking about maybe Star Wars Battlefront 2 perhaps, but I think this is a way for them to push up that image.
Yeah, so maybe it was a way for them to kind of clean their name a bit.
I wouldn't say clean, because I think that Unravel I don't know, I think the problem that they had was after Unravel, I think.
No, but they've had problems
even before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that maybe Electronic Arts is it's also because Electronic Arts has been in the industry long time, long time. It's been, I believe, one of the first companies that were making sports game in the PC. So yeah, I would say it would be that way. No, I wouldn't say clean, because clean would say that it's dirty. But yeah, in order to to recalculate.
It's around there.
Yes,
it's around there.
To recalculate the path.
If you're making a football game every year saying, oh, it's very new and it's very cool and it's great, your image is not great. I mean, maybe people that like football is like, oh, great, a new game. But it felt like, all these products that they had, it felt, and it still feels sometimes today,
like a lack of imagination.
A lack of imagination. More of a. It feels more like a patch instead of a new game.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, I get it too.
Okay, continue.
So yeah, as sorry, in Sunny's mind. Well, yes. So the thing is that in Martin Salis' mind, remember Martin Salis is the creative director. I think he's the one that came up with the idea of Unravel. In Salis' mind, he knew what he wanted to create. For him, for him, the games are really powerful. They reach, games reach many people and have the ability to truly captivate the audience in a way that few other art forms can. As a game maker, he wants to make he feels like a certain responsibility. He doesn't want to make games that are distractions. For him, time is worth more than that, and he wants to give players more meaningful experiences instead. Unravel was created in that spirit. He wanted to make something more personal, something with more impact. The game didn't have to change the world, or even try, but it had to be genuine. It had to have a deeper meaning. It had to have heart in the end. So the story of Unravel is the adventure of Journey, a tiny red character made of a single thread of wool that unravels as the story unfolds. Yarn means a lot. The yarn means a lot of things. It represents the bonds between people, the red thread that ties everyone and everything together, memories, feelings. It stands for love, and Yarny is the manifestation of all of those things. Tethered to something important at the start of the game, and trying to make it to the end without unraveling, Yarny was not meant to be a superhero, but a helper, a positive force. The story of its creation is also unique. I don't know if you know it, Casares, how it
Me,
was.
myself, and I. Yes, I mean, what like the story of how it was created. Well, I mean, if we don't want to lie about it, then a bit, yes, because of the podcast last time that we did some days ago in Spanish. But I still feel like it's it's very intimate story
Yes,
of how it was created.
and
Yeah.
also it portrays the spontaneity that was part of it, because the story of its creation, it's interesting. Its creator, Martin Salin, made the doll manually while on a camping trip with his family in the countryside in northern Sweden. He had this idea that the thread represents the link between people, their memories, feelings. While he was there, he was, I understand, by his company, by Colwood, by his colleagues, I mean, he was asked to explain a little bit more about this concept that he had about the thread and the love and everything. And since he was in the countryside, obviously he had nothing to work with, so he created a little posable yarny doll from some old metal wire that he found and some yarn that he borrowed. Then he started wandering around the woods, taking pictures of Yarny in different situations, figuring out how the gameplay would be like. He discovered with his children, with his kids, that there are a lot of fun things that he could do with his newly created doll. On the other hand, the local nature was a huge inspiration, which is why it plays an important role in the game. All the levels in Unravel are based on environments of northern Sweden, places with their own little stories and special locations. And what could Yarny do if he was alone in the woods? Well, he could build bridges, swing from a lasso, or use its yarn to pull objects around. The game design happened organically as he played with the doll. And it's interesting, Casares, because I imagine, I mean, now that I have the game in mind. I mean, you can watch it on the screen. If you have, if you don't know how Unravel is, please go to YouTube and watch it, because I agree with Martin Salin that the environments are pretty cool and pretty beautiful. I mean, because this game, I mean, it's really difficult to talk about this game without using words like love, beautiful, precious. I mean, these are words that have to be there. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, and you could add a long list of adjectives to it. Yeah, cute, especially cute, right? This is the
Yes,
first thing
cuteness.
that came to mind. It was like, oh, this is a cute little toy that goes around and does stuff. Now, I was going to ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to drag for a long time. Um, Now that you have played the first game and the second game, um, do you think that I mean, obviously the mechanics of the game are cool and all. But do you think maybe there was some missing things that they could have done with these mechanics?
Well,
During the
that's
gameplay,
well.
you thought like, oh, maybe there's something else that we have done.
I think you can explain that better, but I agree with you because we already discussed this. I agree with you that yeah, in Unravel 2 the physics feel kind of strange. I mean, for example, right now I'm going to explain a little bit about this because I have it prepared for you because I want you to participate in this concept because it is kind of difficult to explain this if you don't know what physics mean in a video game. But first of all, let's sorry. First of all, let's say that sorry. Okay, let's say that Unravel, okay, is a side-scrolling platform game in which players interact with the environment, solving puzzles to continue with the adventure. Its gameplay is based on physics, and that's the point where I want you to answer to that question because I think that you explain it better. What would physics be in a video game?
Okay, so well, the laws of nature that you 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 feel intuitive. Well, I mean, you might not feel intuitive, but that's like bad physics. But when it's good physics, you feel it intuitively. Like you, for example, let's say you, I don't know, let's say you cut a tree. Okay, obviously it has nothing to do with this game, but let's say you cut a tree. When you are halfway through it, you expect it to move a little. When you go all the way through the trunk of the tree, you expect it to go down like this.
Yeah,
Boom.
to fall
If it
in a way.
doesn't do this kind of movement, if it goes like really fast, or if it goes very slow, you are like, What's going on? What's happening?" So that's what we mean with good physics, and
Yes.
that the physics of the game are very important because they feel real. Like if you well, maybe you're going to explain.
No, no. I mean, in order to add more info about what you're saying, but only to complete the information, I would say that to give more examples. For example, I mean, Yarny is a tiny figure. So, for example, if he's going to attach his yarn. Its yarn to a chair, and the chair is bigger than him. It would be obvious in a real physics world that the chair is going to be difficult to move because it's bigger than him, it's bigger than Journey, and that it's going to be difficult for him to move it. So that it had to translate these characteristics of the objects, right? Or in a summarized way of saying it, the game simulates the same physical laws, gravity, mass, friction, I mean, how objects works in real life, um, on objects of the game as in real life, meaning what we have just explained, right? So, Journey can push things, pull them, grab them, and they all behave in a realistic way. That is the important stuff. It must be felt realistic. And Yarny is made from a single strand of wound yarn, which is attached to something at the start of the game, and the further away from the yarn it gets, the more the yarn unravel. At certain points, and at certain points in the adventure, we will come across rolls of wool from which Yarny will recompose. So these are used in gameplay terms as checkpoints, we could say. The thread of yarn is Yarny's tool, meaning that you can throw the front end of the yarn like a grappling hook, attach it to objects to pull them, or swing on it. Rappel down, connect knots to build bridges, or use it as a slingshot to launch Yarny high into the air. The thread will help us cross obstacles, solve puzzles that come our way. Some challenges will be easy to tackle, either by connecting to a bridge or by tying a knot to a branch and climbing down from it. In other occasions, for example, it will be more difficult and we will have to stomp for a moment to rethink the strategy and see how to continue. Because as there are some puzzles that you need to stop and really think about how you can continue. Or it may even happen that just when we were about to reach or it may even happen that just when we are about to reach the wool roll, remember the checkpoint, we cannot continue since there is no more yarn. So we'll have to come back to see where we left more wool than we should. So the goal is to get from start to finish, connecting the dots we find. As we progress through the adventure, going through obstacles and solving puzzles, we will discover a personal story. And that is the reason why we live this adventure with Journey. To connect the memories and events that happened to a family. Although actually the story is much more than the life of a family, it is a story that is told without words. Unravel looks for meaning in every challenge, in every level, in every setting. As since there is no dialogue, the settings, the environment, the details, the music, and the gameplay are used to tell a story. Or actually two stories, the past one and the present one. The past one is told through the details, memories, secrets, and subtleties of the environment, like pieces of a puzzle that you put together as you go forward. The present is Yarny's adventure, the moments, the images, the places, and the events that Yarny and us, the players, will discover during the trip. Moments like this shaped the level design so that each level could tell its own story. Am I right? Am I going right here? Would you add anything else to the underlying story? Because I didn't want to tell a lot about the story, but something must be said, right?
Okay. So, I mean, it really depends on where you put the point of, okay, this is a spoiler or this is not. From my point of view, what I would say is not a spoiler, but I guess it depends on the host to decide if it's
You have total freedom.
uh,
Say whatever you want. I
okay.
trust on you.
Okay.
No, but seriously, say whatever you want.
But be careful. But seriously, be careful. No. So, without getting too much into it, um, Yarny is true that it's made of wool, uh, but it's kind of part of a house. It's part of a family, right? We don't know who did it exactly, right? There could be different theories about it, or maybe it's not even needed a theory. Like, yeah, this guy did it. But in any case, um, what I see, what you, I mean, what I would say differently from what you said is that, I mean, you can understand that the present is the journey of the journey itself, like when Journey goes to these places and does all this stuff. um and you said, what was the other one, like the present and then
And the past one. I mean, what happened before the events that are taking place in the present?
okay, but like yeah, I feel like, yeah, I mean, if you want to say like I wouldn't say like those are the, I think the game itself is stagnant in a time, right? It's like this moment in time. And then Journey goes through the memories that led to that moment.
Yes.
And
Yes.
then at the end, you kind of see where it went to. Like, what's the point of the story, where it went to. So I wouldn't say it's like it's not like the events are happening while Journey is going through them. Those are just memories. He's just seeing them, like putting you as a viewer of the story of this family. And then, like, the present, if you could say, is the house, is the what happens there, like the people in there, what happens to them or doesn't happen to them. um but I mean, you could also understand that the present itself is Journey going through those moments.
Yes.
What would you pick? Yeah.
And also, I think that you would agree with me about the environment, about the importance of the environment.
No,
Did you
super.
like the settings, the different settings that the game portrays?
Some of them are absolutely gorgeous. All of them, either through the visual effects or the music. Um, they fit perfectly on what they're trying to tell you. Some of them you might not like them as such, like, oh my god, this is not beautiful, which will happen. I must tell you, but it puts you there for a reason, and you're going to see the reason while you play it. So
Yeah,
I think from that point of view, it's absolutely great.
yeah, totally agree with you. Um, the world of Unravel is inspired from Umeå, northern Sweden, the hometown of Coldwood. They wanted to share some of their natural places that they loved so much. And let's be honest, I think that you would agree with me. These are not the usual settings that we see in video games.
Mhm.
And I think that's an advantage to Unravel, that it offers something new in a way.
Mhm.
Martin began designing the levels in nature during his camping trip, and this inspiration was there to the end. Unravel shows the beauty in the ordinary, of the beautiful places that we could find in nature. The world of Unravel is full of beautiful things to explore, and it feels like a real, relatable place. Every environment had to feel different and something different to tell. And to make us feel nothing better than the music, don't you think?
Yeah.
Music plays a fundamental role in giving that tone and atmosphere unique to each setting. As I said, the story of Unravel is told without words, so the music becomes the voice of the game, the channel through which portray emotions and feelings. As the story reflects big themes such as love, nostalgia, and the bonds between people, the music had to be able to break us inside and put us back together again. To do this, they decided to turn to composers from their area, Frida Johansson and Henrik Oya, for an important reason.
Como
They
es Eric? Oh yeah.
Oya, it's like
Oh
oh
yeah.
oh yeah oh
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Eric.
oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Let's go.
By the way, spelled OJA. Oh yeah, and I understand that the J in Sweden is like an I. So
I don't know, but best compositor ever.
yes,
I can
absolutely. Both
continue.
of them, they play this music is beautiful. So they chose them. They chose these two composers for an important reason. They had to share the same culture as Coldwood, so they would better understand what Coldwood wanted to convey on every setting, since it's inspired on other Sweden. They started, the composers, they started using traditional folk instruments as a starting point, and from there they built this beautiful soundtrack that feels unique in every way. The music changes dynamically to coincide with what is happening on the screen, creating an organic living atmosphere which goes along with Journey. Unravel shows natural surroundings accompanied by violins, acoustic guitars, and hand drums, and with an atmosphere created with strong reverberations. All of this portrays, this nature setting. But as the mood of the stage changes, the number of organic instruments is reduced, and other, more artificial and harsh sounds appear. As I said, depending on what's on the screen. There are situations in which the game where there are situations in the game where the tone becomes darker and the music naturally changes to reflect this. It is also noticeable that they give importance to sound design, since without those rich sound details that bring the game to life, it would be a very different experience. Okay, so Hakan Dalsfeld is the programmer and sound designer at Unravel, and he created a totally immersive experience with evocative sounds like the wind through the trees, the running of water, and the different animals that we meet. The audio team, I must say, has achieved a very good balance between the sound design within the soundtrack, as if both were worn. And I'm telling you, Casares, that the soundtrack, I've heard it many times already. I mean, I already heard it the first time I played the game because I already liked the soundtrack. And for me, I like these organic instruments. I like this. It's not classical music, but it's like traditional music, no, like folk music, and I love it. I must say, I love it.
I So
I think I
I think
remember in the last podcast that we also talked about Unravel that it's not a soundtrack that you have put a lot for you while you are studying or working? I
Mm.
did. I've done it because
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it put me into that situation of being
Chill,
relaxed. Yes, of
relax.
chillness. Yes.
Hmm. Um, for me, it's a soundtrack that during the while I play the game, it fit perfectly every spot of the game. I do remember a couple of them, especially the one with there's a chase. I'm not going to be more specific than that, but there's some kind of chase in the game, and it's very fun. I kind of remember the one. And well, in general,
Hmm.
it's good stuff. And if you wanted to use it while you are studying, I think it's a good soundtrack. But personally, it wasn't as appealing to me for me to look for it back again. I mean, obviously, if I had to make a video specifically about the soundtrack, probably I would listen to it again, and maybe I love it. I don't know, but the final feeling when I think about it is good soundtrack, not something like that you would go back to it and listen to it again time and time again. But I'm not sure. Maybe I just kind of forgot about it.
Okay, fair enough. Um, so now that we have established the context of how the game was created and how what the ideas were behind the creative process, let's come back to the presentation at the beginning with the E3 with Patrick Sutherland and Martin Salling shaking his hands, really nervous. But what he did really good in this presentation is that he showed honesty. He showed authenticity. I mean, he showed that he was deeply, deeply in love with his game, that he really trusted on its concept, and that he I mean, we can see that it wasn't inside of him. He had to like bring it to all of the people that were in the conference. And what did they receive? Well, after the presentation, the reception from the public was incredibly positive.
Incredible.
There, there was, so the people were they got in love so much with Yarny. I mean, video game articles claim that Unravel had won the love of the public, and Colwood couldn't be happier with the support that they were receiving through social media. Unravel not only represented a breakthrough moment for Colwood from a purely creative standpoint, but for the first time in the studio's history, the team enjoyed the spotlight. From the moment Cute Yarny was revealed during EA's E3 2015, handmade dolls, drawings, animations began to flourish in the social media. The studio even made a video on how to build your own Yarny. That's how they wanted to give it to the public. And what about the pressure? Well, this, of course, implies more pressure for the team, obviously, but also a huge boost. Unravel is by no means the perfect game. It isn't, but it certainly served its purpose. Today, the game has a score of 80 on Metacritic, although the reviews are polarized between those who were fascinated by Yarny's journey and those who criticized the monotony in the puzzles, and that sometimes the moment of the character is kind of floppy. But me, now I'm going to ask my partner, but I would say that I'm inclined to say that I'm the one. I'm into the group that were fascinated by Yarny's journey, by what what this world could give us as players, and also what I believe is the most important part of Unravel. Man, I mean, it's like you feel so all the time with the game, and the music. It's like it goes. You flow with the game. I mean, I believe that's why people maybe criticize those puzzles that were not very well explained, maybe, or because I think that this game gives gives players this flow that is really cool to go on. And what do you think? What do you think about the game?
Um, Difficulty wise, I say that like I had to. So this is actually curious. There was one time when I kind of knew how to do a puzzle, but because of the way realistically that the physics work,
Hmm.
I had to kind of take away one of the yarn threads to put it somewhere else so that the actual physics would work. And when I fixed it, it's like they were on the right places, but they were not on the right order. And so the physics logically, if you put a knot on something and then on another something, and then you kind of create, for example, a ramp,
Hmm.
depending on how you do those knots and the order that you do them, the ramp is going to be floppy. It's not going to be able to hold any weight. But if you do it on the right way, it's going to. So I
And
do
as an overall, what do you think about it? So as an overall, I
the
mean,
about the
the
game.
game experience, yes.
n- Uh, it's great for a first playthrough. Absolutely great. Really, really good for a first playthrough. For a second playthrough, it's okay. I mean, because you're not you already know what is going on. You already know the different places. You know kind of the feelings that it's going to make you feel. Some of them might still like, for example, the other day I started playing it again, and I didn't remember the part where I would put a knot on a comet. What's it called?
Yes, the comment, right?
It's a comet.
Hmm.
Okay. I didn't even remember that part, so I was like, "Oh, we so much fun!" And then I got into a like I hit a tree and I was dead, and I was like, "Oh, you actually have to move this thing." Okay, never mind.
It happened the same
And
thing to me. The same thing.
yeah,
Yeah, the same thing.
yeah,
We
I'm
boom.
flying, boom. Oh shit. Okay.
Sorry, it is called kite.
A
Comet
kite.
is like
Yeah,
the thing that the astral
yeah,
thing and the
yeah,
kite.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, there's actually an expression for people who smoke very hardly, which is to be high as a kite. So that's
Oh,
that.
oh,
That's
I
why I
get it.
know the expression. In any case, why do I know that? Never mind. In any case, no, but the game itself, the first playthrough is very fun. The second playthrough is fun, but it's obviously not as unexpected. It's not such an unexpected journey, even though it's a very enjoyable one.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. I think that if you haven't tried the game, you should. And right now we are reaching to the final, to the end. Sorry, to the end of the
To
podcast.
the
I,
destination.
we're going to take a break of 3 minutes, where when I'm going to show you the last song of the podcast. Please stay with us. We are going to just finish, say goodbye to everybody. So please stay with us, and we see each other afterwards.
See you now.
See you now. Well, and this would be the end of it. First of all, I have to thank all of the people that have been together, that have been here with us. I don't know if it's been many people here with us or not, because I know it's not the perfect time and not the perfect day. But I had fun. I mean, I've enjoyed the whole streaming. It's obviously a pleasure to be here with Dougan the Mighty, and
Of course, baby.
and with his his pose. I mean, I love him. I love him. I cannot say anything because it would do him justice. I just love him. So, hey, thank you everyone for just being here. I hope you enjoyed everything. I thank you, Casares, for being here. I hope you enjoyed it too. Undertale was incredible. You are incredible. Let's just get married, please.
Oh yeah, baby. I want to meet Eric. Oh yeah, that's the person now that I need to know. I need to ask him for an autograph or something. Eric. Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. But yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity as always. This morning when I was preparing the Undertale part, I was kind of nervous, to be honest, because even though the part in Spanish I had already done it, I had to kind of go back to it and how I wanted it to be introduced. But in the end, I think it went well. Thank you, by the way, by the different questions, because it kind of helped me to kind of get out of the maybe more nervous plot of what I was going to say, or the organization, and it let me kind of loosen out a bit and then go back to it. So thank you for that.
I just can say that you are the perfect collaborator for me. I mean, I'm not going to repeat it again. You're my man. Well,
my man.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And before everything, we will see each other maybe in a month, maybe in 5 weeks, maybe in 3 weeks. We will know. Please stay tuned to our social media. You have the links somewhere in the description box or whatever.
So many places.
Yes, and please be here with us the next time, because I'm sure that you will have fun as well as us. Bye. Bye.
Bye.